Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, back on Saturday. It's the original time of 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, though that's not going to be the case for the next couple weeks. But either way, I'm Captain D-Trag.
And I am Nocturne.
Yeah, so good to have you again. She's back, of course, for Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation. Last time we went through Manda Island, and we went through the ruins there. I guess we got some grudging respect from Boa and got our first key, so tonight we're going to our next destination. And we're going to be using this file here, and on Nocturne's request, it's also been the case that let's have this nice music for the flutter from the last game running here as we get ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And already, hi gang, hi Electverse, so good to see you tonight. We're back for Mega Man Legends 2 for PlayStation, and it's basically going to be, as I said, I don't know if I explicitly said this last time, I said this to you off screen last time. This is basically the Electverse and Nocturne play, as it's turned out, because you're the ones who have the expertise on this. I am in the Shadow Hearts case with this one of having not played it, played where we got, because I've been playing it off-screen afterwards, basically up to where she ends. But so good to see you tonight. Feel free to let all your memories and thoughts and analyses flow on Mega Man Legends 2 as we get started. Definitely looking forward to this one. It's good to see you again, Nocturne, as she'll be leading us, as is always the case.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you're doing well, Elect first, and hope you're having a good night and everything with that. So with that, I think we're ready to go.
Yep. Alright.
Alright, so let's see what we're going to have happen tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Which, as I said, I don't know where it's going to go, so I'm excited to see too. Alright.
Yep, so let's go.
Alright. Good nice load. Alright. I'm doing okay. Good to hear that, and we're glad to have your acquaintance tonight, as is always the case whenever you're in our chat, as far as how it is.
And we have our favorite dancing monkey.
Yep, there is Data, of course, doing the monkey with us, as is always the case. And so now, after we got the key last time, we can go back to Sulphur Bottom, but I think there's something we want to do before we leave, am I right?
Yep.
Alright, so feel free to lead us on this one.
So, there was something I forgot to get. Earlier on in the run.
Okay.
Actually, I'll also grab the other thing that I found earlier during practice.
Yeah, the bowling ball, which I guess is a part for something that Lowell can make.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know necessarily what it is, although when I was doing my off-screen to play up to where she finished last time, I did pick up some of these things, but I didn't necessarily get a sense of, like, what did they do. Yeah, that's what
Actually...
Oh, you want to show us now?
While we're here, should we do that?
If you want to, it's your choice, your play. We have to come back here eventually for stuff, but if we want to do this now, we can do this now.
You know, the item that we get from that is not actually all that relevant until much later. So
okay. Alright, so we'll let you...
save that for later.
Yeah, we'll leave you suspense in what's in that house. I sort of know what's in that house, because when I was doing my off-screen play-up from where she was last time, I saw something that went to that, which kind of tickled me pink a little bit and kind of surprised me. It's like, they're gonna do this. I was kind of interested in that. And yeah, you're kicking Servbot's ass. You're like, yeah, oh, you can pick them up. I don't know, have you ever picked them up before?
Yep.
Okay, I never knew you could pick up the Servbots. I was like, Miss Tron, please make him let me go. I was like, yeah, fine, go back and report to that. But it's like, he's just walking like nothing happens.
Yep.
So either way, he'll be fine. Okay, I did not know you could pick them up, so...
I am mean to serve bots sometimes. Sometimes I like them. Sometimes I'm just kind of like... It's... video game cruelty potential is fun.
Yeah, I know, I get that, but so far, I guess they haven't really been as much of a factor in this as the last game, although maybe it's because we have a lot of other villains around. The Bonds are here, yes, but everybody else that we've run into so far.
Yeah, well, let's not forget, the, in the Japanese version of Legends one, you can also kick the dog.
That's true, you're right. In the words of Stewie Griffin from Family Guy, it's deliciously evil. Yeah, definitely so. I'm with you on that one. And there are games based on that we could play. Specifically, there was the one from 2006 on Xbox, PlayStation 2, and PSP. And there's the... I'm trying to remember. There's this one that was on 360 and PS3. I think it's Back from the Multiverse. That one I'm not sure as far as content reasons. The other one I think we could get away with feasibly. I never played any of those, did you?
I accidentally skipped through a bit of text that,
Did we?
well,
we showed it last time,
I
didn't we?
accidentally pressed triangle.
Okay. Didn't we show that off screen last time?
Maybe, I don't remember.
It was something we appended. Basically, we said like, hey, because you were gonna do grinding.
Well, I mean, you know what? When I do the backup save on your card, I'll save to slot 2. Then we can come back here and.
Okay, that or because I remember when we did the last part, we're like, hey, we didn't show that dialogue. So I think, and we put that in. I know I edited that in the last part. By the way,
you know, we must.
Assuming that's the same line. That is the same line, right? That's the same thing.
Yeah, we must have done it because
Okay.
I couldn't have left here without doing that. And yeah, that's right. Okay, never mind.
I just want to make sure. 'Cause, like, if it was another line that we missed, sure, go ahead, no problem. Right.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Okay. No, it's fine to that.
Better to get that straightened out early in the stream than later, though, right?
I guess so. Although I guess you said to find if you're on the dialogue with triangle and you hit that button, then it just skips the dialogue completely.
It skips through a good chunk.
Okay. But it did show that part of it at least, so there we go.
Also, since we're here...
See if she can make anything. Or the bowling ball and the rusted mine make the ground crawler. Okay, what is the ground crawler? I don't think I've seen this.
Let's see. I'll just switch to it for a moment. And I'll be doing a showcase at the end of Legends 2.
Sure. There's a little bit of a preview, I guess, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, since you're curious, sure, why not?
Also, I guess the idea is like, yeah, we want to run away as far as we can from the flutter, so if it causes damage here, we can just fly away and we'll be safe.
Yeah, in reality, we're just going into some ruins so we can actually use our weapons.
Okay. They're going with where we're gonna go, and I'm curious to see where we're gonna go. So, ground crawler. Oh, there's something we can test it on. The frogs from last time. Oh, it's like the bomb shoes from the Zelda Nintendo 64 games a little bit. Or the, what's that weapon from Mega Man X4? The squid thing that goes on the ground, what was that? The Ground Hunter. The Ground Hunter. Okay, and also the other thing I'm thinking...
Oh, well, it does actually... It is a bomb shoe.
Oh, it is? Oh, because it goes on the ceiling. And there it goes up on that. Okay, awesome. And but I was also thinking the other thing, also the search snake from Mega Man 3 a little bit, but except,
okay.
Yeah, the snakes can go up ceilings or go up walls.
Okay, so ceilings do stop it.
Okay.
Unlike a bomb shoe.
Right.
But it will climb up the wall.
Okay. And actually, I'm thinking there are some enemies that were on wall that we saw last time, but I don't know necessarily what this would, if it would be useful for that, or if you've ever used this that much.
It's better just to have a good ranged weapon.
Okay.
Speaking of, I forget.
What
Actually, do you remember how... Okay, do I have... Okay, I'm pretty sure this is for the homing missile. I can't remember where to get the other thing.
Yeah, I did get that off screen. I can remember that. If you want to look it up to remind, I can do that.
Yeah,
I think I was looking into everything, or maybe I think it was something you buy in the shop. I think that you used for this. I think.
Possibly.
Because I did use that. Actually, I'll go into that because I guess most of my discussion points on this really are going to be what was my experience going through with Nocturne last time after we did that show to get a sense of me dealing with the frogs, whose name I edited in when that was, and tell like, yeah, that can be really, really annoying. But then also what weapons I ran. I did run the homing missile because I did get that, and I did get a case of the boss there. The one I like first mentioned, like, good luck on this. The homing missile does cut it down pretty nicely if you have it.
Okay, let's see. Can I improve... Oh, yeah, I can improve the range.
Of the machine gun arm.
Okay, and that's to 20k.
Okay. Eventually, you're going to be upgrading everything, though, as it is. So.
Oh, yeah. But I'll be using the machine gun arm for the next segment.
Okay. And that's nice to get a sense of do you usually play with the machine gun arm as far as this early in the game yourself?
I usually try to get the homing missile, but I kind of forgot where the other part is.
I could help with that feasibly if you want me to. That's the other thing. I guess I can also be that perspective of what you need for it. Because I got it. It's just that I didn't remember specifically what it was. Okay, that's that. Yeah. In the meantime, yeah, feel free to go on to that, or we're gonna go back to Sulphur Bottom. I keep forgetting that name.
Yeah. For the moment, we're just gonna go back to the Sulphur Bottom.
Okay. And enjoy more of the Vivaldi music.
Yeah, and also, I kind of forgot to collect stuff from crates in here, including the other part of a weapon that we have one part of, and right here. We can now make the drill arm.
Yeah, with the heavy-duty gear and the broken drill.
Yep.
We do have to come back here anyway because we have to talk to Von Volker.
It's full of white powder?
Marijuana? No, cocaine. Sorry, I gotta get my drugs right. Fine. I've been on the recovery path since Parasite Eve. Oh, it's just flour. Okay. So they said when they get to the case of doing the re-releases of this game, modern, after the over 1 million units sold of the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection, that's probably they'll add the tag. The tag will probably be fantasy violence, drug references, partial nudity. I don't think what else specifically. Yeah, I'd have to still figure out what that was. Because it was great as far as what it was for the missile. Yeah, that's the other thing. I got the light ship as far as what it was, which actually that was something I used for something else. In fact, I'm giving a hint right there.
I mean, I will pick it up later.
Yeah.
But not really needed right now.
Okay. Well, everyone, and happy Saturday. Hi, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. We are at part 2 of Mega Man Legends 2. Myself and, of course, Nocturne, who's leading us on this one. Good to see you tonight. Feel free to... Hope you're doing well. Start that off as well, because that's always how we do it. But also, many memories on Mega Man Legends 2, Mega Man Legends itself, other Mega Man games or Capcom stuff adjacent. Feel free to go on that. Okay, it is the... Did you go back to that? It's the radar notes.
Radar notes. Where do I get that?
Let's find out. I got it on my way as I was going through.
Yeah, I do not remember this game as well as I should.
Well, I mean, I guess you said there's also a lot of other things to manage in this, so maybe... this also could be an interesting element, which is that... I thought I'd talk out specifically as far as the audience is concerned, but also to you. When a game gets bigger, as far as in size and scope, when do you find it easy or hard to remember everything? Or is it maybe on a case-by-case because you attach to one game maybe more than another?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I have already said before that I'm more attached to Legends 1 than Legends 2.
Yeah, but I mean, that's... But also, this is a little bigger, so there's more to take to an element. Okay, so yeah, Dolly Finn is saying hi to everybody, hi to us, and right back at you. So good to have you tonight. The radar notes, by the way, are in Kalinka. There's been a town that has it. So that's probably have it, and there is, Sarah, yes?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just sitting there after what happened last time. We'll see where it goes on plot. I don't know where it's going. Yeah, she's asleep. And there you are, that is...
Geets.
Geets. It's funny, I think I said Gats for some reason. I took that down wrong, I don't know why, but you're right, it was Geets.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your help here, and we'll see how this is gonna go. Oh, how are you? Right, okay, that's the other thing I saw as far as, like, doing alright as far as how it's been. Been busy as far as the week, but hey, that's what, the Saturday show, or the Friday show when it is, or sometimes both, depending on what it is, goes. Kind of able to just kind of relax, let her hair down, go in deep on games you love or have interest in. And also, in this case, a little bit of a break on my part because I'm not the one playing, because like, she needs to play this, clearly. But then again, also because I played 34 games last week, but I was able to manage that for the Mega Man... Oh, no, not Mega Man, the Namco Museum Collection we played, which I had a great time with. We all had a great time with that one.
Oh, right, that's what the... Okay, I know what that's for.
Okay. That's probably something we're going to see later in the game, I think, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Lore discussions, and as I said, like for our guests this way, as far as the knowledge on this, despite being the main villains, Sarah and Geets don't really do much until the end of the game. I guess that's going to be the element, but yeah, feel free to go on that as you want to.
Oh, yeah. I'll let things play out as far as they're concerned.
But I mean, I guess that's the thought that, because sometimes we mention this, the idea that you have characters that might, whether it's true of this game or not, I don't know, but also you have characters that they kind of, it takes a while for them to kind of have something going on, or the law of economy of characters case where they seem like they're not important to the plot, and then they will be important later for various reasons.
And apparently he is very mad at this door.
Because he can't open it. Is that right? It's the door that can't be opened?
No.
Okay.
He can open it. Mm-hmm. He's just randomly angry at it.
See, it's funny, because I never really got Mega Man Volnut as the angry type. Fine, I don't know. Mega Man Trigger, the idea is like, there's that dark element we don't know. There's something there. It's like, yeah, it's starting to come out, I guess, maybe. But I guess this is the other thing, because, yeah, this is probably fascinating for her case, because she knows where this plot's going. So it's like the Crusader 64 with Shadow Hearts, the fact that I'm just going to let you go. That's what she basically said. It's like, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you go and predict where this plot's going to go. I'm going to sit back, see how it is, and then, in my case, when we finish this game in a couple months, I'll look back on the parts, and I'll say, okay, this is what I guessed. Like, how off was I? It's like, where are the hints he was giving? So that could be also the case with this, as far as Luck vs. you in chat, and also Dolly Finn, feasibly, and also Nocturne as well.
Yep. So, we're about to enter a cutscene.
Oh, a voice cutscene?
Yep, a voice. I believe it's voiced.
Wait,
yeah.
when you talk to,
Yeah.
Okay.
So...
yeah, and this is our rule. We'll mute the mic for the purpose of that. We will be back in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, never mind. But either way, that's fine, because, like, hey, we'll be set for it. Like, fine, this is not voiced. Although, as I mentioned, I may as well go into this as we're seeing what's going on here. Is that, yeah, we had to get the stuff with, the keys, and Nino Island's where we're going next. Okay, he's got a friend named the Guildmaster. Got reports the island's under attack, so you gotta hurry. Although, we don't have to go there right away. It only becomes a fact when we get there, yes?
Yeah, as long as we don't go to Nino Island just yet, we can go wherever.
Okay. Yeah, the headquarters of the Digger Guild can be found there, which was originally constructed to seal off the ruins that are over there. But of course, it's Mega Man Volnut and Roll Casket saying, like, the Digger Spotter team, you say the word ruins, they say, where are they, and how can we get there soon? And of course, the thing with the keys is it's the thought that it's going to be where the mother lode is, or they'll be the keys to it, but we'll have to see. But the pirates will be able to sabotage some of the defense system over there. Yeah, right now we're taking Von Blucher and Barrel's orders, like it's Von Blucher specifically. Hey, buddy, Captain D-Track here. I am doing a little bit of an edit for the Mega Man Legends 2 part that we did 2 days ago at the time of recording part 2. At this point, when I started talking about Frau Blucher from Young Frankenstein, so reference lost.
I am Frau Blucher.
The game's audio went off, or at least Twitch's audio went off, or something happened for that so that there was audio going on and we had to restart the stream, so... I'm playing this game off screen, as I mentioned, in preparation for the next part, because after Nocturne plays, then I play to see what happens and what maybe I see different or not. So basically, I'm going to pretty much retrace my steps, or retrace her steps, until we get over to where we need to get the radar parts from. So yeah, not too much more, and I guess we could sort of show this for now. Yeah, I'm not going to necessarily step over other stuff Nocturne's doing, but there is our first key that we got last time. We'll see if we get other keys as far as this part you're watching right now. Thank you very much for stopping by to our show, by the way, because I've definitely liked some stuff that's been going on with the site. People liking what they see as far as the plays of the games we do, especially ones where I don't have a whole lot of familiarity with it, although in this case, I do have a copy. By the way, just to have a real record of this, I'm using the PlayStation 3 version of this game, because I can look at this right there, which does have the software manual. I might do an appendment into a later part to basically go through the entirety of this, just because Nocturne's playing it on the PlayStation 1, where it costs over $200. It's $10 on PS3, so if you have PS3 and you go through the process of being able to get money onto your system with PlayStation points cards or gift cards or their PlayStation cards, no credit cards for you, by the way, for that. Yeah, get this. It's a pretty good one as far as that, and it definitely saves you a lot of money. There's a lot of things up there that still are that way, and stuff that has not necessarily been delisted. But yeah, there we go. There's a large safe. We'll see how many fractures are aside maybe later. This is just more than anything just to retrace the steps of what it was, because, hey, we had audio problems during the show. It was Twitch's case, I believe. Nothing as far as our side. It seemed like it was okay. But yeah, so for the purpose of that, basically I'm just going to go through to where I went to Kalinka, because that was where the radar parts are. Fine, it's near where the radar parts are. And then we can jump back into where Nocturne was leaving off, or when we were able to get the stream back up. I think we were able to get that happening. And also the other thing we're going to do, and I know she asked me to do this, is for all of the areas where she was pressing the triangle button on the dialogue to skip parts of it that were not shown. Basically, I'll be recording in each part of that. I will not necessarily have voice to those parts, just to indicate that. I'll pretty much just put it over the screen at the areas where she says, hey, we skipped it. So in this case, yeah, me doing the off-screen thing for this is actually necessity now, as opposed to me waiting until we do it the week before. But that being said, we were going to go to Nino Island later. But, well, thought of something. I haven't seen that woman who looks like my mother since this all started. Yeah, last month at the time of this recording. Wonder what's happened to her. Well, we'll find out eventually, Roll, but, also I may as well do what, Nocturne did. Actually, no, fine. You saw already the idea of going to the development room with the heavy-duty gear and, well, fine, we'll see that as far as the, you'll see what happens with the heavy-duty gear and the item we have to get in order to mix for that. And then I found bomb schematic. Actually, I think there might have been something I missed specifically. But either way, we're going to get our way over to Kalinka, and then at that point, I will stop this part and append to the video. So yeah, like, that's also the benefit of the edit. Like, hey, if we have tech problems or something, then we're able to do it. Actually, I guess a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, as we wonder what Nino Island was like there. We'll go later, don't worry. Oh wait, no, I hit X on the sulfur bottom, so yeah, we're not going there yet. It was interesting to kind of think this, with how the tech sometimes will go down or not, but then the idea of recovering it, because I guess to give a little bit of a peek behind the curtain for this, usually what happens when that's happened, which doesn't happen much, but when it does, usually the idea is I'll stop my recording equipment, and it'll do a local save of the video, although on my PC for this one, it actually locked up the capture software that I was using, which actually was the Elgato Game Capture HD, which I've been running for this game specifically. I'm using my HD 60X, because it also means I get to test this running with the PlayStation 3, because I've not done that yet. Make sure there's no audio delays or lag, which I don't think there is. I think I figured that out with the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade play last week. But just for the purpose of just understanding that, and so I had to restart it fresh, the other software, but it didn't save a local recording of that part, and thank God I have Twitch set up so that it will record or instantly save any aspect of stream, no matter how short or long it is, to the Twitch site after I stop recording, or it sees that it stopped recording. So in this case, me forcing the program closed made it see that. So in that case, we didn't lose the first part of the show. If we did, I would play up to that point in order to make sure that would be in line and recreate it as much as possible, as I've done before for the show, for other edits we've had. But that being said, just want to give you a little bit of a brief preview. And nothing else is it. It is what Electverse always says, thank God for the edit. Yeah, the edit is quite a great process to be able to kind of smooth over stuff. And that's also what I'll do it. I'll do it to add more stuff for the show so you have more value, including if you saw the show when we did it live. And we appreciate you for that for sure. But if you come to it late, you missed it, or you want to watch it later, there's more stuff for you, even for Nocturne or any of our guests on the show, because they don't necessarily know what I'm going to do as far as the edit. And so, like, yeah, we want to see what you got. And there are people who have been leaving comments on the YouTube site here. Thank you so much for that, by the way, for your support of our show, saying that you like seeing these things. And yeah, that definitely drives us to keep going with whatever games you want to see and whatever interesting things we'll dig into. And as I said, we'll dig into anything you want and any game you want. So don't ever think that anything's going to be too small or too big for us to handle. We'll definitely get to that, but first we're going to go back to Klinka, and then we will also, I'll return to Nocturne in just a second, as we go in front of, whoa, in front of the garbage can in town, or one of the garbage cans in town, as I'm rotating myself massively around. I do have that right analog stick element on this game for the camera and the movement. It is wonderful. Okay. And I will also go and show what Nocturne showed here, which was, yeah, a little ducky here. And you can do a kick on it, I think. Yes. Yeah, I do not have the jet boots, by the way. She will show you what these boots do later on in the program, or I might have mentioned it specifically. Also, I'll try to do, since we did stop here, I'm going to try and see if I can't do maybe on my first try what Nocturne was able to do on her first try for part 1. Or maybe just make sure you line up, because yeah, it's like a golf swing. You have to make sure you line the ball up right. Or the can, in this case, to kick it in. You hit the square button. There you go. Nice shot. And I think with that, that's also going to be a good segue to explain what's going on if you miss kicking the can like I did when I was doing it off screen. And also how that goes into the karma system. So I think with that, I think we take it away with the rest of the show. Thank you for watching, and hope you enjoy the rest of the video. Alright, and we're back. Sorry about that. I guess we should be feasibly good. Sorry as far as what that is.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it's something with a network connection, potentially. But that being said, yeah, we'll see how this is going to go, and also make sure that everything is set. Yeah, Chad, if you can hear us as far as that, and the game, which actually is at 34, I'm going to the audio. This is going to be, don't worry, when I edit this is also why I do edits, because, hey, if something goes wrong, I can edit past it like it never even happened. I've had this happen before, and I'm not just saying off screen. It's never happened before, which it has to me, and I think she was also forgetting some of the streams. But it did happen to us. Actually, the last Mega Man game we played, it happened to us with. But then the feed was fine on our end, so that when we went to this, it was fine. Okay, so everybody's hearing me now, or hearing us now, as far as it. Now, feel free to let us know if you are out there in chat land. Yeah, good thing you made the kick in with the can there after you missed. Because there is the morality system in this game, like with the last one. In this game, though, anytime you miss the kick with the can, your morality goes down. But if you get it in before you leave the area, it goes back to what it normally was. So in that case, you basically recovered any morality that way. And I think as you said for the last part, you said specifically that, hey, all you need to do for that is to just keep tossing it in. And it is in one of the bins. In fact, it might be in that one.
Oh.
Or maybe not.
Oh.
Hooray. Okay, so, yeah, Electros is working. Thank you for letting us know. As I said, we'll, fine. Sometimes we'll see it, sometimes we won't, as far as how it is. But there's a bin here, by the way, that it'll be around. It is in this area in town, I think.
I already checked there.
Okay. Yeah, as I said, nothing's gonna stop us as far as playing this game, that's for sure. Let me see, just to get a sense of what that is, but it is in this area. There it is, mechanical notes. Okay, and I can also do a pause on there was notes that went to that as far as a dialogue that I can...
Notes.
That's it.
Okay.
I think they call it that. For some reason, the guy said it's called it radar notes, but so I think if we go to her, that'll do it. Because I remember I checked that specifically when I played through off-screen after we did part 1, and that's what we got. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Thank you for letting us know as far as the element of that way. I like first everybody out there, and for understanding, I guess, to it, because like, look, we're going to give you the best damn show we can, no matter what it is, and we'll make anything work that we have to, including tech reasons. As it also, what do we always say? Improvise on your feet, that's your skill to being a video game streamer, any kind of streamer. You'll be fine. Alright, so let's do some building.
We have a couple weapons to create.
Alrighty, let's do that. So, with Broken Drill and the Heavy Duty Gear, we get...
the drill arm.
Yeah, a favorite from the last game, but is it more useful in this one?
Well, sort of.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, it absolutely decimates Claymore.
Okay. Which might be another nod to Mega Man X3, as you mentioned last month, but either way, we'll see that soon enough.
However, It's still mainly used for breaking walls.
I'm gonna assume you also have to be right next to them in order to make use of it.
Yeah.
So it's a little risk, but it could be a good reward.
Yep, it still has absolutely no range. But like, if you fully upgrade its attack bar, it is actually quite powerful. It's a zero range weapon.
Awesome. Okay. But of course, we also went to get those mechanic notes, because with that and the bottle rocket... Or, wait, maybe that's not it.
Oh.
Okay, that book talked about... Oh, jeez,
it turns into the radar. Okay.
Okay, now we can use it. Okay, so binding the bottle rocket with the radar notes creates, as you mentioned, the homing missile. It is lovely. The bomb schematic, we'll see that later as far as what it goes to. Alright, so now how are you gonna operate?
Let's see, 15, and 5. Okay. I do not have enough to finish upgrading to get the first energy upgrade. Okay. But that's fine. I'll mainly be using the machine gun arm for the next piece of the game.
Sounds like a good idea. In the meantime, yeah, we can just go in deep as far as anything else. Actually, I think we do have a voice cutscene when we go to the Nino Island. Am I right about that?
I believe so, yeah.
Alrighty, so yeah, let's go over there, and then when we do that, we will mute, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Alright.
Wonder what it's like over there. Yeah, so do I. Let's take a look.
Alright.
We'll be back in a few minutes.
They're here! Here they come! Wait until they get within range, then fire!
Huh? Ah!
Huh? Those aren't pirates? Oh no! I'm so sorry. Really, I am. I can't tell you how sorry I am. I thought you were pirates. That's why we shot at you. Can you please forgive me? Please.
Seems like Glide and his bunch have heard there's a key to the motherlode here. They've been attacking us for a while now.
We're all right. Our ship wasn't badly damaged either.
Don't worry about it, sir. I'll have the flutter fixed in no time at all.
Well, things are a little hectic around here right now, what with the pirates and all, but make yourselves at home. Feel free to visit the Diggers Guild.
And we're back. So here we are at Nino Island as we were getting shot at, or as you were saying off screen.
Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah. Yeah, but they thought we were pirates. It was like, no, no, we're not. So they're like very apologetic, specifically the Guildmaster there. The Guildmaster, by the way, is voiced by Jamie Watson. But this is an interesting thing, going back into some of the elements of voice performance of him. His most recent stuff, he's Coach Short on Bakugan Battle Planet. There's also Carl, Zarnot, and Chip the Robot and Yin Yang Yo. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that show. I only was like, hey, what's some other stuff? He was the voice of Willard on Totally Spies. And the thing that got my attention were two things. He was the voice of King Friday the 13th on Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood for PBS. You've ever seen that show?
Not sure I have.
It is the sequel to Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood that was by the creator of Blue's Clues, or creators of Blue's Clues. That was taking the idea that there's Daniel Strapped Tiger from the original Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, who then had a child, and it's basically his son. And I think it is. At least I think that's the idea. I've seen that show quite a couple times because I'm a big one of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, as mentioned in this program. And there's that. And also the other thing that got my attention for this voice performance is he was the voice of Neil and a couple other various voices on, and I don't know if you know this show either. This might be even more of a out there potential, but also an idea of chat. Are you familiar with the show called Bob and Margaret?
Not that I'm aware of.
It is a British animated sitcom from the 1990s that was done by David Fine and Allison Snowden, who did a short subject for the Oscars a couple of years ago. It was nominated. It's basically about a married couple in the UK in the late 90s. He's a dentist and she's a chiropodist. And these weird adventures they get into, and they kind of go to this like rude couple's house. Like Neil is the husband there, but basically like, trying to be insanely passive aggressive. It was like they invited us over for dinner, but it was like they never actually give them dinner. It's like, fine, we'll bring wine to be nice. But it's like, fine. He's like, we don't want to spend too much money, so it's like, fine, there's this really cheap stuff that's underneath the sink. Let's bring it over. And then there's like, well, no, it's kind of this great comedy of manners. Well, this is a very weird thing. I have a picture of what this is, but it's something actually I grew up with. It was on Comedy Central actually at the time South Park was around. And so that is, who Jamie Watson is, as we were doing our first digger test. Tell us about these.
So, in the game, you have a series of digger licenses. You start with B-class license. You can upgrade it up to 2 times here on Nino Island. First to A-class and then to S-class. There is a timed test involved that, if you complete the test within the prescribed period of time, you get the next level of the license.
And the benefit of getting the licenses is what? You have more access to more areas?
Well, you gain access to a new set of optional ruins, and you also get more money.
Okay. Then more money's gonna be good for all the upgrades that she's gonna be doing, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so yeah.
We're gonna be doing a bit of grinding today.
Okay, but as I said, it's fine for the show because we just have a discussion about it, and it goes by like nothing. It feels like this isn't boring. We have a bunch of things going on. So, all right, fine. First test.
All right, let's go.
All right. Yeah, let's take us through. Hearing the great atmospheric, underground music or underground sound from the first Mega Man Legends game. And just carrying this thing over there. Okay, smart move using the lifter just to go into that. Oh!
What?
You probably want to hit that thing from a distance because it's spewing that green gas.
Yep.
Which we showed last time. If you get hit by that, you can't attack for a brief period of time.
Technically, it just reduces your range to 0.
Okay.
You can technically still do damage.
Okay. And in this one, you do need to kill everything here, am I right?
Yes, and
okay.
I'm probably not gonna make it this time because stuff isn't working. Yeah, I'm just going to.
Actually, here's a question: if you die here, does it count as a game over?
No.
Okay. Alright, that'll next time. That's fine.
Yeah. We are going to try again because that thing sucks.
And we want this license.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it did bounce into him, so I think it did hurt him.
Yeah, it did. It just didn't do quite enough to kill.
Okay. But that is a smart idea, because I wouldn't necessarily have thought that. Oh, I see. So you're saying, yeah, because your shooting is not doing anything, but when you get right next to him, it's like a shotgun or something. At that point, then they'll get hurt.
Yeah.
That's, I think, one of the cases where the drill arm might have more range. Slightly, because I don't think it's 0 range in that.
Well, technically, what's going on right now, is, well, first let me,
Yeah, take both of them out. Good job.
I don't really have, okay.
That was good. Yeah, you were saying about the status you're under with the zero range.
The thing is, with these tests, you can't actually bring in your special weapons.
Okay, but you can't? Yeah, okay.
You can't.
Which goes, I guess, to one thing Leif was saying here. I never messed with these tests because it didn't seem worth it to me. I mean, fine, we're going 100%, so that's why we're doing it, but I guess the reason then is you do these because you want to get to all the optional ruins and also because you want to have more money so you can get some of those upgrades. I guess, is that correct?
Yeah, well, I mainly want to get to the optional ruins and get the money boost.
Awesome. Okay, and we did do it, so good job.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
and I actually had a significantly better time this time than I did during my practice runs.
Perfect.
So that's good.
There you go. That's also why we'll do practice runs, or why she'll do practice runs, or however it is, because sometimes, like, hey, something can feel like a blur. So we were talking about earlier, the idea that, hey, you're not as familiar with this game maybe as much over Mega Man Legends 1, but also because, I guess when you kind of run it, it's kind of a question of trying to figure out, I guess, how are you going to do that and be able to kind of just get yourself ready so that then you kind of familiarize yourself with it and you're all ready to go. As you're doing, was this another test? Oh no, this is what the other ruin, right?
Yeah, this is the optional ruin on Nino Island, and this is not the enemy set I want.
Okay, feel free to explain this because I feel like it does need an explanation. You'll know to explain it better than I would.
So yeah, this ruin has 3 different possible enemy layouts for the ruin. The one I'm looking for starts with 2 of those round guys. Camera screw. Starts with 2 of those round guys that charge at you. Kind of off in the distance. They don't immediately aggro you.
Okay.
And that's because there's a room in there that has, 3 Mirocs in there. And the reason this is important, Mirocs are easy to kill and drop a crap ton of money.
And also, as you said off screen, I think to me, you said that unlike Mega Man Legends 1, the Zenny is set for enemies you kill in this, is that right?
Yeah. So, this is not the one I want.
Okay. But I mean, it's worth going into that, because I guess this also goes to another thing, saying, like, this doesn't seem worth it to me, so like we're saying, as far as this, there were some of these ruins or some of these tests, I mean, I guess it goes to the question of when you play a game, where is it that you say, like, is it worth your time, or that you just want to do everything? Sometimes I guess it can be different, you know?
Yeah,
I'm not too much feel that, go ahead.
I mean, I have actually managed to get the S-Class license in my main file.
Uh-huh.
And you get so much more money from beating stuff with the S-Class license than you even do with the A-Class.
Okay.
Which actually makes it realistic to max things like the, certain endgame weapons.
Right. So I think that might be it, but I know you said, is the Class S test you're nervous about?
It's a nightmare.
Okay. So, yeah, there could probably be tons of practice on that one as well.
Yeah.
So basically getting a sense of being able to get your... Is that it?
No.
Actually, wait. There was not a chest in this room, was there?
No.
Or was it fake chests?
Well, the fake chest is part of one enemy set.
Okay, that was what I was thinking. I said I didn't remember if there was just or no, if there's a chest in there, or if it was an enemy. But that's basically the giveaway.
Like
And
that's
right
a
there.
mimic. That's a mimic.
Okay. Yeah, may I ask what you're doing?
So I'm waiting for a specific enemy set to pop up.
Okay.
It normally isn't this much of a pain to get to show.
Yeah, so it is kind of random as far as it is.
Ah, here we go.
Okay, perfect. We just have to complain about it, and there it is. Perfect. Or ask, like, what is this? So, okay, what is it? You're looking for this because later on there's other enemies that will give you tons of money. And so it is randomly generated, so this is the method to the madness,
it's not
I guess,
randomly
right?
generated. It's
No, it
it's
is randomly-
picked from 3 possible sets.
Well, it is fine. It gets randomly generated in the sense of which one's going to pull as far as what the enemy types, right? So it randomly pulls that. I'll see that.
Alright, money.
So in this case, yeah, we're all set, and it's a good case of that. So if nothing else, we also showed the idea of what you'd have to do if you want to make sure that you're going to maximize your money in here. But
Yeah.
if you do run into a case like that where your RNG is not good, it might take a while.
This is another mimic.
Okay.
I will be ignoring this because there is no point to destroying it. It doesn't even give you that much money.
Fine. Oh, here, also, because you have the drill arm, you can go behind that wall,
Oh.
I believe. Yes? No?
I mean, I don't have it equipped.
Oh,
but,
right. Right, I forgot about that.
So,
We'll have to come back in. Okay, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that thing, right?
Yep.
Look at that.
Yep. These are the highest value refractor shards in the game. And they drop 5 of them. Each of them are worth 1,000, so you get 5,000 total
Awesome. So there you go.
for each of them.
And the other reason you're doing this, I think this also goes to one of the things you have to do here, right? With that.
Yeah. I will be grinding some money to, oh, hey. Get back here. Oh.
Yeah, don't run away from us.
It ran.
Oh, okay. So we can run away.
Yeah, Nerox, if they see you, they become, they move around fast. They're a small target, and they will run after a while.
Okay.
So it's kind of important to kill it while it doesn't realize you're there.
Okay. So yeah, as I said, that's going to be the idea of what we're doing on this. And in the meantime, feel free to go into anything else you want to go into on this or anything else, and we'll go to that. Because I know you said, how much are you looking to get out of this as far as money?
I don't have a concrete number, but well, if I get everything that I intend to hit on each run, I can expect to get somewhere around 18 to 19,000 each time I'm down here with the A-class license.
Okay.
Well, each time I get the correct set.
Sure. Because I think there's an upgrade you're buying for that. Or
Yeah,
we're gonna use on
I'll
that.
be upgrading. I need to upgrade the machine gun arm.
And given what she showed, that I sort of saw as far as the practice a little bit,
Also,
yeah, it's a good
if you're
idea.
curious about what's over there, it's these guys.
Okay.
They're
Yeah, they're dangerous, and
well,
they're
they're not dangerous.
fine. They're
It's
dangerous in close quarters, I guess we saw
not,
last time.
Not really. I
Okay.
mean, they're not that dangerous.
Mhm.
They're more just obstacles when they're in a hallway.
Okay.
When they're just kind of along a wall like that, they're just creepy.
Okay.
Nothing more than that.
Which I guess goes to one thing, and we'll see this probably later, is that this in some ways, I guess, might be the part of the game that's going a little more into the horror direction that you said you really liked about Mega Man Legends 1. And of what I saw of her test play, I can attest to that. I didn't see everything, so I don't actually notice that. Actually, to go into that, I may as well indicate this. There's also something I have to follow up from last week's show. I did get the unlock going for Castlevania Rondo of Blood, which we're going to be doing in October. Got the unlock for the PSP version of Dracula's Chronicles to be able to play it that way. And I did confirm that the first-party power supply for the PSP or the AC adapter did fix that issue I said I was having with screen interference. So we're ready to go as far as that when we get to the case of showing stuff with PSP. The only thing I gotta figure out is Allison to get a sense of the connector cables, how that's gonna look most natural, and Nocturne, you're gonna be one of the people I'm gonna ask about that, because I know we got the PSP game you and I are gonna do at some point, and you're gonna handle for us. You're gonna make me a Maverick X.
Oh, yeah.
Eventually. So if nothing else, the idea, like, what's it gonna look best on? And also, for that matter, if I want to go and get HDMI cables specifically to run that, because I have component cables as far as how it is for PSP, and it runs the Retro Rerun 5X nicely, but it's also something as far as how is the screen resolution look, or how is the screen output looking. And I did see some of the HDMI cables that they have for PSP, I was doing some research into this, do have it so it does look maybe more natural as far as like a TV, but also retains the screen resolution naturally for that. But I've also heard some cases where that introduces interference, and I want to avoid that, because like I just got the power or the AC adapter to avoid that the other way, so...
Okay,
That's that. How's it not moving?
How come, like, from certain angles, my shots are just passing straight through it?
Is there... I don't know.
This happened earlier during practice, too. I just didn't comment on it. But
Okay.
this time it happened multiple times.
Okay. Well, we have it on tape, but that's always what I say, like, thank God we have this on tape. So we can see why. As far as why, I don't know. Chad, if you know, we'd like to hear an answer, I guess, or maybe hypotheses
Yeah,
on
like-
why. It has something to do with your range?
No. I mean, it was well within the range.
Right.
Yeah, each time I go in and fight that set, I get another 18k.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, just to make things last a bit longer, I'm going to go get a bit of an upgrade.
Okay.
Nothing huge. Just getting a little more work on the machine gun arm.
Okay. Yeah, brought my tools out, so alright, here we are. We are out in town, and she's showing her skills. I do have this kind of sky town, like this, it's kind of like a sky mining town a little bit, from what I've noticed. It kind of reminds me of, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking the island thing, of some of the islands in Skies of Arcadia, which I'm begging for a re-release every day of.
Oh.
That is a great game. But one that also, fine, when this game was around, that game was around, and it was kind of unique as far as what it was doing with kind of its milieu. Kind of like this, honestly, because it was about air pirates and the idea of kind of going around flying ships, and kind of trying to handle like some of these ancient elements kind of going on a little bit, yes, but also the idea that it was like the Valiant Empire in that game. Have I shown you Skies of Arcadia?
Sorry. I mean, I know of it, and I've seen some gameplay.
Yeah. At some point we're going to play that game. I just got to figure out when we can do that. And hopefully get a sense of maybe Sega will release it. Which is also why I put the pre-order in for Somebody Amigo Party Central. Like, if there's anything you can say to Sega, yes please, this again, it would be that, because like the indication to another Dreamcast favorite. And then we can sort of show on the show, but I have to pick specific songs.
Yeah.
And same with the new one, I should say, as well, for the Some Amigo case.
So, I do apologize for how repetitive this is.
We can make it interesting with the dialogue, and one other thing I guess to go into is that... Do we also want to talk about elements as far as the potential struggle as far as PlayStation 2 with you?
Sure.
Because I guess, if nothing else, it's also the idea that she was not able to grind as much or do off-screen stuff, which makes sense. Like, hey, stuff happens, not an issue to that. But then the question of, yeah, do you want to tell the story or do you want me to tell it?
Why don't you tell it?
Okay. Yeah, actually, interesting thing. Whenever I go in cases as far as stuff for shows I'm going to do with other people, I'll make sure that also, whether it's like they visit me, I visit them, whatever it might be, I will have backup stuff. So it's like, fine, this is a PlayStation 1 game, but we're running it on PlayStation 2. And the only case I have that can run something like this would be either PS3, in this case technically, or PlayStation 2. So it's like, fine, bring the PlayStation 2, we'll run it and have that as a backup. we noticed that her PlayStation 2 initially did not read the discs effectively. We were kind of going through everything she has, trying to see if it ran, of which the only things that kind of took were The Misadventures of Tronbon and SSX Tricky. So it was like, what do we do on this? So after the little lunar parts, we went and tried to figure out and got another one, but then it had issues with its disc door. And then so it's like, wait, we've got to figure something for that. And then she went and got a replacement that way from them for it. They gave her another one. We're actually using that one to stream this game right now. Just worth pointing that out. But it has issues with its disc door too, sort of, which is that, from what I'm seeing, you press the eject button, the disc tray comes out, you only have a couple seconds for it to actually put in the disc before it just instantly goes back in. It's weird. But if nothing else, it's also something that we kind of been thinking, you and I were talking about this the other day, thinking about the idea of, I guess, troubleshooting consoles, really.
Yeah.
Which would be a fascinating thing, I think, if you want to go into that yourself as well. Thoughts of it?
Not really sure what there is for me to say about it.
I mean, as I said, we're going to figure what's going on with this thing now for this, but it also is, it's been kind of interesting. In my case, I've been doing that with PlayStation 2 the entire year, actually. Whether it's been with you, whether it's been with Protorova with the PlayStation 2 he has, which we did the Lunar part. Thank God I brought my PS2, because for some reason, his PS2 didn't display outright, but I think it has to do with the television that we were using. I'm pretty sure of that. In fact, I think we'll test that for the next part of Lunar in 2 weeks. And then with Edwag and Nikki as well. Actually, with Guitar Man, because he was like, my PS2 is not working. He was like, what do I do? I was like, fine, take mine, we'll figure what we're going to do on this. And then understanding the one that they got figured. So in that way, I kind of become an unofficial, I guess, system, not repairman, but I guess diagnostic person, I guess, if you want to get a sense of what's going on with the console, what are some of the usual things. And with PS2, the first thing was disc read. I said, this is a constant thing with PS2, so like, trying to understand that part of it too, you know? And it's weird, because like, I've never had that problem with my PS2, but I got mine way later than a lot of people. But it's something that I've always heard that perspective. It's a constant. Kind of the same way that the 72-pin connectors are constant with the NES, capacitors are constant with the Game Gear, the motherboard is with the Xbox 360 to get the early units with the Red Ring of Death case, and then this with PlayStation 2. But if nothing else, also be able to kind of figure what it is and, I guess, troubleshoot it. It can at least be kind of interesting, if nothing else, enhancing, I guess, our knowledge of gaming in a lot of ways. The idea of how a lot of stuff is working, but also the stuff of what are we doing personally for what we want to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, feel free to chat if you want to go into elements of that, because I know we've sometimes talked that, the idea that, hey, we've had cases with our consoles having to figure stuff out, things that might have gone wrong with it. Actually, in my case, the only case I've ever had a problem with my PlayStation 2 has been, actually, it was with the disc door, but that was my own damn fault, because what happened was one of my dogs, when he was growing up, I stupidly left my PlayStation 2 disc door open. I was like, fine, I'm going to do something, I'll come back to that. But then I switched to something on television, one of my dogs specifically, he always loved to chase after things on television and bark at it. He crashed into the disc door and had it open, so that was my own fault. I got that fixed and it's fine, but that's the only thing that ever happened. And that was also a case of like, I'm looking back and saying like, fine, my stupidity. All right, the other great repair stories I mentioned was always with my grandfather with the 32X for Knuckles Chaotix when that came out in 1995, and then years later me figuring it out. So like everything I learned that way is, you know, it's that idea too.
Yeah, I don't know, I just tend to, figure things out as they come.
With, like, what?
Like, when I have issues, I mean, I tend to be better at figuring it out, from, more of, I don't know where I'm going with this.
You're going the idea of how do you handle broken elements or find repairs for game stuff? Or anything really, maybe.
I'm actually not sure where I was going with that.
Yeah, if you want to keep going with what it is and see where it comes to, go ahead. That's what I do all the time. Maybe you can kind of get a sense of that off of some of the times I'm talking. It's like, hey, am I necessarily going anywhere with something? But then it's like, fine, I eventually find a way. As we're going away, trying to find our way to get more money, but, yeah, doing an okay job with it.
Yeah, the game was being a lot more cooperative earlier.
I mean, I guess the question I may as well ask this as far as an RNG element of Mega Man, any element of Mega Man. Better or worse than the Eclipse Cannon and Shuttle from Mega Man X5?
Well, the thing here is that I need to do this a bunch of times, whereas you only need it to succeed once.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm probably going through more repetitions here than you would need to with X5.
Sure. But I mean, I guess also the other thing is that is more of a gameplay mechanic, whereas Electrus is indicating this is admittingly more an optional thing, if nothing else. I don't know if this is necessarily proving your point, as far as like why not do this, or seems like it's not worth it, but as I said, it's like Nocturne's decision is like, look, whenever we have people playing games for us, I would say, how do you want to play this? It's like, I want to do this, 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 and this. It's like, alright, let's do it this, 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 and this. So in that case, that's where they get to the executive decision. I guess I'll ask you this, Nocturne, sort of in relation to this. How do you feel with the idea of when it comes to you controlling a game? I know you have on the show before, twice, with Aladdin and Mega Man Legends 1. But what is that necessarily to you when you think about that, hey, I have the decisions to make as far as how I want to play this, how I want to express it, how I want to show it, what I want to go into, or other things like that?
Honestly, I usually figure out what I'm going to do on the fly.
Okay, which is kind of, sort of what I do. I mean, as I said, we'll take notes for the show, but I mean, in that case, it's always that idea of reacting kind of as things come, a little bit.
I mean, of course I want to figure out what I'm going to, and of course I want to have some idea of how much progress I'm going to get done in such and such an amount of time. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so fine, you're seeing it. Okay, it looks like, okay, yeah, it was hitting, but also looked like in some cases it was missing. The bullets
It was passing straight through it.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Because at first, like, wait, the bullets are missing. I don't know if this is an inaccurate gun, but in terms of what you said, no, they're there. They went through. The bullet counted. I guess, is this the new, and then he ran into my knife? I don't know. I mean, not that we're retiring and then he ran into my knife, but still.
Like, there it goes again.
Or I don't know, is this, or do we consider this the preview to Medal of Honor Airborne, where the gunfire doesn't usually hit enemies when you're at point-blank range because it's designed badly. This one, that I don't know necessarily on this one, but hey, you're getting rewarded nicely with money, so at least there's that.
Yeah. I think it probably just has a lot to do with the fact that they're very small targets.
Okay. But either way, I guess
that
this
doesn't make it any better, but
still a bit of a question. I get that. But either way, I guess it's the, yes, I said, this is going to be your, and then he ran into my knife, pretty much. I mean, I guess that's the idea. Eventually, every guest on the show has to have some kind of a niche or some kind of a through line, which, not that you don't have through lines or niches already, but just the idea of that being that element. It's like, wait, why is this not working? Or why is the bullet not going through? It's like, yeah, I shot him and he didn't die or something. The bullet hit him.
the bullet just, like, he turned into a ghost. It passed straight through him.
Okay, I like that even better. Yeah, they're ghost Reaper bots. Which I don't think is a thing in this franchise, am I right?
I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. I guess because it would be, what? It would be in this game or other ones, as far as, like, the Misadventures of Tronbon or the cell phone games, perhaps?
Yeah. Like, I'm not sure, I'm not completely certain that there aren't some kind of, that there isn't some kind of Reaper bot somewhere that's not kind of a little bit kind of ghost-ish. Not actually a ghost or anything like that, but I can't remember.
I mean, I get that, but I mean, given the horror focus that Mega Man Legends 1 had, and the parts of this we're going to see are kind of echoing back to, it would make sense for them. And this is also the context of Mega Man Legends itself, was that it was around the time Resident Evil 2 was being made. This was also being made. Not the same Capcom team, mind you, but still that the thought of horror was something Capcom had on their minds, and still does nowadays with the Resident Evil 4 remake, most recently. So that would be an interesting extension, maybe interesting ideas for future returns to this franchise, which one we'll at least get is going to be the Legacy Collection that they're inevitably going to do, because the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection sold over 1 million units in just under 2 weeks. So it's only going to be a matter of time before they announce another one. So that's that idea. I was saying with you with that one, I get the sense that maybe has been bigger than some of the other ones. Some of the other ones.
Yeah, I mean...
And rightly so. It's a great collection.
I definitely get the sense that the Battle Network Legacy Collection is probably the biggest one, barring maybe Classic Part... barring maybe Classic Part 1.
Yeah, and actually, it's interesting because we... do you want to go into that now as well? Because when we played this Part 1, it was not out yet. We have it. We both bought it. Actually, a lot of people I know who've been on the show, like Edwack and... Well, Edwack specifically, he bought it. I know a lot of people picked this game up too. You want to go into that now that you're here, you know? And now that it's out. Now we've had it out for about a month.
Yeah, I think that the collection is fantastic. It's not quite a one-to-one with the originals. Like, the text, looks a bit different. There are a few minor frame rate issues with the frame rate not lining up with things like invincibility frames.
Where it's basically flickering.
Where your sprite is flickering with iframes.
Okay.
So sometimes when you're flickering like that or have an invisible chip active, you actually can't see where you are.
Okay. Which I guess may be due to the fact that they sort of reprogrammed that off of the advanced games, and not emulations, and that's also because they added online for battling and trading, which is a great feature, and it also really works well as far as being able to kind of quickly get into it and do it. And also just the value that it has for $40. It's amazing. I mean, it's like Atari 50 almost, in the sense of just how much value it's giving you for your $40. It's nuts. And that way it's totally worth the money. I would absolutely... Fine, we both would suggest picking this game up for that reason.
Also, for Volume 2 of the the Battle Network Legacy Collection, there is an insane amount of value in the extras they include.
Yeah.
The Japanese versions of Battle Network 4, 5, and 6 included e-reader functionality.
Mm-hmm.
The Legacy Collection includes every last one of them, including some extremely rare promotional ones.
Yeah.
Many of which are worth many of the promotional cards are worth like 100, 200 plus each.
Yeah, so $40 for all of that is nuts. And when she's saying as far as the thing with Volume 1 and 2, because what happens is that it's on card for $40, it's available fully for $40 as far as how it is, and it's split in halves as it is for, no, it's $60, it's not $40, it's $60, sorry.
Yeah.
But they have it split regardless of how you get it as far as Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 2 has all the versions of Mega Man Battle Network 4, 5, and 6 from Advance, the DS version of 5 is not in that. But it has all these extra things that are stuff we didn't get because the e-reader did not do well here because it was as complicated as anything, and people looked at that and said, this is Nintendo trying to flaunt the idea that we don't want to do online, even though we made the GameCube released with online, and the idea that this is how we're fine. Okay, that's not necessarily an online thing with the e-reader. I'm thinking the Game Boy cable connectivity specifically, but just the idea that it's an interesting idea that was not necessarily done completely practically, and because some of those cards came up from Japan only for that and other stuff, so it meant that most people couldn't access it.
Yeah.
Even to the point where there's like a bug fix for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire that was behind one of those, that they then fixed for the Emerald version. But still, it was an interesting idea. But then it's the question of, okay, how's this really going to work? But now it seems like it's easier to appreciate it when they do an emulation of it, whether it's something like these or the Mario Advance 4 thing
Yeah,
that's on Wii and
also,
Switch.
In both the Nintendo DS Mega Man Zero collection, and you said that in the Zero ZX Legacy collection that did it too, right?
It does,
the,
yes.
The e-cards for Mega Man Zero 3?
Yes, it does. They did carry that over. I remember they did carry that over because she has both of those collections. I only have the Zero ZX collection, but I remember specifically because that was the first question you asked. When I said, hey, they announced this. You're like, oh my god, they announced this. I'm really happy, but does it have this? I said, yeah, it does have it. Great, I'm going to buy it. So, in that case, yeah, we both bought it that way.
So yeah,
There you go. So yeah, they've been doing that with everything that they've done so far that has run it. So,
Yeah,
the Zero
no.
ZX and then the Battle Network.
to the best of my knowledge, all of the Mega Man Zero e-cards were available in booster packs.
Right.
So there's, to the best of my knowledge, there's none of them are particularly rare or valuable individually.
Mm-hmm.
But EXE, well, Battle Network was huge,
Yeah.
even in its time.
Especially Japan.
So, yeah.
I think I underestimated that in some ways, including now, because that Battle Network Legacy Collection, they were selling out of that in Japan, which was a shock to me. I was thinking that, did they really sell out of it like that as far as the modern thing? The answer is yes, they were. And I get it. Playing that, I absolutely get it. And I think it's a really good collection. I had a lot of fun with it myself as far as the stuff I'm playing. Even Edwacker's basically been going through every single one of these, well, until now, because The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom came out yesterday, so everybody's playing that. Except me, but I mentioned that last week as far as I know why I'm not. But eventually I will. I'm just giving it a couple months, and also because I have other stuff I was like, I gotta get. In fact, including some stuff I know I've been asked for the show on, so I did some pickups for stuff that way. So yeah, I'm getting all of the viewer requests going that people have asked for. People in chat, you, other people saying that what you want to see. Kind of having to figure that out on top of the fact of, hey, what do I want to buy specifically? How do I manage that? But even then, it's like, fine. I want to buy this stuff that people want to see for the purpose of that. Like, hey, I don't have it, so I can at least justify it that way too. So it's kind of almost like an investment, really enough. Even though, as I said, we don't do this as far as a living case. Basically, I have a weekly job and I pay for that stuff that way, which kind of makes it more fun. Because I was saying with the Crusader before that, I'm saying that, hey, you know, if I was doing this myself, like I'd have to answer to a lot of the cases as far as other companies, as far as like we're answering to Amazon for Twitch, we're answering to Google for YouTube when these get uploaded. Then the question of like, if I have to answer them for certain things as far as content elements, but then also the question of if I was doing this for a living, it's like, wait, people say like they don't think there would be an audience for something like Shadow Hearts. So it's like, I at least I can be in a position saying like, no, you're gonna get your Shadow Hearts, you're gonna like it because it's really good, and it's like that's that idea. Something like Mega Man Legends, not that like I don't think people would say no, they don't want to see this, but just the question like, hey, we have that freedom as far as we want to show, what people want to show. Even people sometimes saying that, hey, do people remember these things that seem like they're out there, but then they do. In fact, I'll mention this as far as the Shadow Hearts thing. This is something that happened this week when I was doing my edit for last week's episode. I noticed a comment on part 1 of Shadow Hearts that basically saying that, hey, I love this game. I love the idea that we had the show where the Crusader 64 let us as far as having the knowledge, and then I had never seen this game, so it was kind of just completely going off of, I guess, not much, saying that, okay, try to predict where the story's going to go, what are we going to see, and that's kind of what we're doing with this game, too. So I said, like, hey, she knows it. I mean, you can say, like, fine, I don't know it as well as I thought, but as far as now, but you still know it better than I do. So it's kind of that same dichotomy. It's like, we're really glad we found that. Like, I'm not saying, like, that this is like, oh, look how great a show we are, but just to say that they like that, and you think, like, would maybe people forgotten stuff like that? But the answer is no. I mean, I think it goes to the idea of what really the show, I think, is tapped into strongly. It's that people saying that, hey, I remember this, but also the idea that seeing it done in a way that they feel like they don't get the sense it's being represented as far as the game or even the way it's being done. And I found that interesting. I guess to you, Nocturne, this way. With this control, I don't know how much you've watched elements as far as plays of this game online, or the ideas like, what would you want to do differently that maybe other people don't?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't looked into other playthroughs of Legends 2 all that much.
What about other things?
Like, I'll look up playthroughs of games that I don't think I'll ever play, but I'm still interested in them.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe there's something that I know about the gameplay that I think I would just not be interested in.
But then again, also sometimes that can be a discovery, right? Because is that not how you found Nier Automata? To a certain extent?
With Nier Automata, I mean, I was aware of it. I got hooked because of the music. And it kind of went from there.
Mm. And Xenoblade a little bit, but that was also, I know, a little different case, kind of. I mean, sometimes that can be the idea, like, hey, I have a voice as far as what I want to say about something or how I want to show something. And yeah, Nier Automata's all hers, by the way, as far as the control of that. So maybe the thought of, what are they doing? I actually have noticed this as well, the thought that, okay, what are other people doing when it comes to game like this? Sometimes they won't have commentary, which is their idea as far as that. They just want to show the game, which is fair enough. We do it this way because we kind of want to go into the memories and also the chat stuff, for sure. Yeah. But it's also the kind of thing that I kind of think about, okay, what have other channels been doing? I always mention the Super Gaming Brothers. That was something I looked at, sort of an inspiration to this, but then also the thought, as I said, I don't want to necessarily be in a case of being looked like, hey, I'm aping off another channel. Or like when the Angry Video Game Nerd came out, there were a lot of people who were taking that idea of it and running with it, and you could kind of tell that to a certain extent, whether they did it well or not. That's sometimes a different argument, but the idea of, it's one thing, I guess, to be, maybe my idea of this is that I'll be inspired by stuff like that, but then the question of, I said, I'm just like, okay, I want to show my own stuff that maybe nobody knows, myself personally. But then the thought of, as this has evolved, and chat, you've made this happen, Nocturne, you've made this happen, every guest we've had on the show has made this happen. I kind of thought to myself, what do I want to do, what should we do, collectively, to kind of, I guess, express this idea of elements of gaming that we have, and what is it also when it's something that, even if it's something that, if people haven't seen it, give it some more attention, or even something everybody's giving attention to, how do I give it attention differently? Like the Sonic the Hedgehog stuff. We've played those in unique ways than other plays, I would think. Maybe because some of the stuff we went into, some of the experiences we've had, some of the bugs we've sometimes run into. You and I have done that. We did Sonic Jam as far as other things just on our off time. So I said, okay, even something like that, we can kind of make it unique and be our voice. It's like, as by our voice, I don't mean just Nocturne myself, I mean everybody in chat. They're giving a voice. That was the case with Electors with Kingdom Hearts when we played that. And with Dolly Finn specifically before when we did Tetris Attack last year and other stuff that I know she's going to be involved in as well. And that's kind of been, in a lot of ways for me, the fascination and the kind of thing that keeps me coming back to this every week, you know? Are we good as far as money we need?
I don't know if we have enough yet to get all the upgrades I want.
What are we looking for specifically then?
So, I don't have the numbers memorized.
Mm-hmm. We can only see what they are sort of now. So let's go back to Roll's Toolbox.
Improve. So, I actually do have enough right now that I could get the final attack upgrade on the machine gun armor. Now, I am not going to get that.
Okay. What are you going to focus on?
At least not right now. I'm going to focus on energy. Range will be important.
Okay.
I'm actually not going to do rapid.
Okay.
The slower shots actually, I think work better.
Uh-huh.
It's not as much DPS, but I can be more consistent with it.
Okay. DPS being damage per second, yes.
Yeah. So, let's see, how much do I have? Oh, I only need to do a couple more runs, to get enough to get this upgrade, so I think I'll do it.
Okay, and the reason also for this, here's the other thing, is like, the boss there, based on what you're saying there, what you're telling me about it, it's something that, if nothing else, I guess this is also that goes back to the practice element, which is that sometimes you might get flat-footed by something. I've run into that as well myself when I've done tests or test plays and stuff with games. You get a sense of, okay, what's a better way to prepare for this? Actually, with the preparation I'm doing for Rondo of Blood today, to A, get it unlocked, and B, get a sense of what that is with that Dracula X Chronicles release, which is awesome, by the way. That's a great game.
Actually, I'm going to make sure I end up with at least 125,000, because there's an armor upgrade I want to grab too.
Okay. Yes, you can get yourself going. But yeah, as I was saying with that, I'll go in this like for specific because I know you're the one who wanted to see Rondo of Blood, and we're making that happen October 28th, which is the last weekend of that month. I think it's October 28th. Because it is the 30th anniversary to the day of that game's release. And I know I've shown you Rondo of Blood, which is an awesome game. But, I know that game has multiple paths, so I said, okay, what should I do about that? I kind of forgot that. Fine, I forgot it to quite the degree that I remembered when I played through Dracula X Chronicles. I said, okay, what do we do with this? Because Dracula X Chronicles is the remake of Rondo of Blood. I need to do stuff in it specifically, not beat it. I was wrong saying that you have to beat the game to get that in Symphony of the Night. You actually have to find specific items in levels to get them locked, which I did for both of them. But then I said, okay, we have multiple paths, so I think we should show off all those paths. But I said, what can we do about this? And this is also going to be something we're going to be doing a little bit with Guardian Heroes when we play that next week, Cousin 22 and myself. But I figured, I think this is how we'll handle Rondo of Blood this way, which is that, like first you, and as well as Dolly Finn, chat, anybody else who appears for that show, we'll do what we did with Shadow the Hedgehog for the first run we did of that, which is going to be, I'll know where all the paths are, and it'll be your choice to tell me which way you want to go. And then what I'll do is I'll have another save file off on the side, which has everything unlocked and show everything else off. Because I also know that there's a difference in ending to show off for that. At least the PSP game was like that, and I think this one is that way too. So at least cover our bases.
Also, I'm not sure if you've been noticing this, but when these Miramichi spawn, they've literally just been appearing.
Just like
Or
popping up?
At least, like, I see them appear for like one frame at the top of right below the ceiling. And, but then the next frame they're on the ground.
So, you're saying basically they just pop into existence? Well, the chest sorted it there, but that was like you're kind of into a different room.
No, like, watch carefully the next time I do a run.
Okay, I will. Definitely so.
Because I just think it's funny.
Okay.
It's nothing wrong with. It's nothing wrong. I just think it's funny how they spawn in.
Well, I get that. You were gonna say?
Yeah, I don't think it's deliberate,
Okay.
but I do think it's very, very funny.
Actually, it goes back to one thing that I remember on the first part of Mega Man Legends 1. I do remember this very vividly. The idea that you're saying, we're going through Roll's tutorial, it's like, there might be a Reaver bot nearby. It's like, I can see that, and then the Mirror just comes out of the corner, and I said to you, it's like, oh, it's coming out and saying, like, oh, hi, guys. So this kind of came out of the corner, was hiding. Whereas in this case, like, fine. The Mirror you've learned, they basically are now just appearing out of nowhere. So it's like, uh-oh, yeah, they're really kind of up in their game for the sequel. And the idea is, fine, Mega and Volna can handle them, no problem, so that's not going to be an issue. But the question of, he's not expecting that. Fine, maybe they are the ghost Fine, the ghost Reaver bots in its weird way, whether it's intended or not, Or that you just said, like, the fan canon elements as far as, like, maybe a potential explanation for something.
This ruin is infested with ghost Miramichi.
Yeah, we're ghost busting specifically. That's the idea what this is. We have to make sure we get it all taken care of. Or I find when we did Mickey Mania, the Lonesome Ghosts cartoon. It was like, yeah, we had to take care of the... Fine, we didn't take care of the ghosts. We never defeated any of them in that game. But fine, like, we get ourselves out of there successfully. And as I said, for the sake of argument, Donald and Goofy died because they're not in that. Because they're in the original cartoon, but not in that game. It's like, where'd they go? Okay, fine, no, there was this, because we played the Sega CD version, so in that case, that was wrong, because there's one case where I think, Mickey has a line saying about, like, the rubber ducky in the last world, saying, looks like Goofy's bath toy. It's like, okay, no, he's still alive. So, that's that. Yeah, we were exercising the demons, that's gonna be that idea. Which is an interesting thought as far as, like, Mega Man doing that. But then again, that's Mega Man Legends itself. There's a lot of different things that we usually weren't seeing as far as this franchise, in terms of how it plays, but also in terms of what it's kind of doing with its atmosphere and some of the decisions.
So, as I creep forward, watch.
Oh, you're right? Okay, I'm glad you got that on tape. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna also freeze frame that, because before they appeared on the ground, they kind of
Yeah.
were in the air for brief seconds. I'm glad you
Yeah.
saw that, and thank you for
Like,
bringing attention to
they're
that.
up there for 1 frame,
Okay.
and then they're suddenly on the ground.
Which is weird because in other areas, including of this game, they drop down usually.
Yes. Yes. I think they're supposed to drop down like those other ones.
So
But this is a consistent thing that's been happening today.
in this
So-
ruin or in any other one?
In this ruin, I haven't seen any. I don't think I've been in a place where they fall from the ceiling elsewhere.
Okay. So there you go. That's something unique we're doing. We haven't shown. There may be other plays in Mega Man Legends 2 that are going to other stuff. They're probably not going to this. Thank you for bringing attention to that. It was fascinating to see. It's like as soon as you saw that, I was like, I was leaning forward. You couldn't see that as far as on the footage over there. I was kind of leaning forward. She can back me up on this one. I was like, oh, okay. Let's go a little closer, closer. And I was like, oh, there they are. I was like, oh, that's cool. Now we have it on tape, so it is now immortalized.
So yeah, they just kind of teleport from the ceiling to the floor.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're coming up with the new element of the Miramijis. Like, yeah, fine, they got our attention off a little bit last time we played because the fact that, hey, they look more colorful. Are they losing the horrific vibe that they might have had before? It was like, fine, now they're coming up with this. Like, fine, we'll make up with it the other way. Like, we can't do anything about our look, I guess. They can't go get themselves, like, a spray tan or something, or spray paint. Give it the Krylon touch. But it was like, fine, we'll do this. So that is definitely unique. I like that we went into that. And I guess also, you're saying, like, the idea of the pop-up to go into that, it's also not a bad case because it's not like, hey, it's blindsiding you with an element of gameplay. It's not like, fine, you went into the rooms last time, like the frogs were there in the Monty Ruins, and like, fine, that was a problem. Or thing pop-up this way, if you play Driver 3, in Driver 3 you have objects just appearing really right before you hit them, but they're kind of indestructible. You just have like parking meters. They just are stuck in the ground and you crash into them and it's insanely frustrating. Whereas this game, no, it doesn't do that.
Yeah. But I just think that's really, really funny.
Yeah.
That they just are like, up here? No, now we're on the floor.
Yeah, living on the ceiling, no more room down there.
But yeah, you saw them all just briefly flash up top.
Yeah, and I don't think we saw anything like that in Mega Man Legends 1 that I'm aware of. Then again, like, at this point, I almost want to go back in the footage on Mega Man Legends 1 just to see that, was there anything like that that we saw?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Even the N64, well, fine. The N64 version, we saw fog, insane fog elements and frame rate things, but we didn't. Actually, that didn't pop up. That's the one thing it didn't do. It did all these other weird things, but not that.
I mean, it doesn't affect the gameplay at all. It's just a funny thing.
And nothing else has said, hey, how do we go through the idea of running through a ruin like this for money this way? This is how you make it interesting. Hey, if you do something else soon enough, you're like, hey, I know what all these enemies are like. I know what this is what I'm looking for. But then the question, hey, what about something else? And yeah, now it's not getting old. Now I'm looking for it every time, and I love it.
Yeah, I've been watching it happen every single time.
Sure. And that's good that way, you know, the attention to detail. That's the other thing when it comes to delivering a game for the show or how we do this. Kind of getting a sense of, hey, something happens. How many times I've also said, like, hey, I've seen something weird. It's like, wait, when we look back on the footage, see what happened to this. What was that about? How did I miss getting hit or something? So this is your element of that. Or fine, your element of that with this game. We had that with all the games we played. In fact,
Well, speaking of how did I not get hit, during the practice run earlier, where there was the shot, there was that one shot that absolutely should have hit me, but
oh yeah, I remember the part of that. We'll bring it up. We'll get there. You're gonna get there. It's funny when you first did that. You didn't really quickly bring mention to it, and I didn't either. I just kind of thought like, okay, fine, she's doing a good job dodging. But then later she's like, how did I not get hit by that? Which I said,
shit, I lost one.
oh, does it just go through the wall? Oh, can you kill it before it goes in the wall? Okay, almost.
Yeah, it despawned.
Okay.
I mean, you saw it poof right next to me.
As you said, they're ghosts. That's proof of it. You saw the animation. We didn't see the animation before when you did that. So, there you go. It's confirmed. We're going with that. That's the Super Bowl Game Saturday narrative on Mega Man Legends 2. Just like how the narrative of Lunar Silver Star is that Ramus is the real hero and he retired in glory, and now he's going to tell that story to his children and grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. And your reaction, by the way, was priceless when that happened. Oh my god.
I mean, he finished off both bosses that he fought.
And he retired undefeated. That's the other thing. It's like a boxer or like some champion of sports or something, where it's like, hey, you know, I can say I'm undefeated as soon as I'm undefeated. Fine, I retire my post, and fine, and now I'm gonna have a nice life selling items in Rebia at the store. We'll see a little brief element of him when we come back to that game in 2 weeks. But yeah, there you go. So that's the idea. We come up with these narratives of games. Or things that happen in games, right? Actually, no, going back to what you're saying, when it's come to every game that you've played on this show, because I said this with the Crusader 64, like, hey, we've always found, there's been two things I've noticed with the shows that he's been on. We found some typo, or he's done an amazing gaming feat for something, whether it's Space 5, Majora's Mask, Shadow Hearts, the 10 Spring Ring, and Shadow Hearts on his first go, which is amazing. With you, it's been the case of some of these weird things like, wait, when did this happen, or how did this happen? We had that with Mega Man Legend 1, when you went through the key. It's like, how did I go through that key? And I didn't get it. We were chasing the Serbots down with the robots in town. With Aladdin, you had the life appear. There's like, where did that appear above the camel? And then now with this one, the idea that, hey, the Miramiji appearing, how did that happen? So it's like, and like, I'm trying to remember what happened with Mega Man Legend, or Mega Man X4. There's something with Mega Man X4 specifically. But, yeah, I have to go back to that one. That was another good one we did. Like, Proto as well was involved in that one. So we'll definitely get to the other Mega Man X games, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm still glad that we showed the Japanese version of X4.
Yeah, and it also made great for edit, because at that point, like I can say, like, here's the voice acting for English for the one, and then the Japanese for the other one, so it worked perfectly. I said, yeah, we'll go that extra mile. Like, we want to try and have as best of a look at a game as we can have on it, as much as you want to see it, or as best as you want to see it. So that's that idea. So that's kind of, I guess, why we're doing this. Is like, we're going to be set to that way, but also some choice of saying that, hey, we're coming up to this boss later, I want it to be set. It's actually not dissimilar to what we're saying with Mega Man X4, that, hey, there's differences as far as, you know, cutscenes. Fine, in that case, it's by language. In the case of this one, there's specific game over cutscenes that I will probably edit in over the week as I play through to where she has, or where she gets, as far as after we're done with the show tonight. So at that point, I'll probably put in my favorite edit of, that's how it could have happened, and here's what really happens. Which is an evergreen, that is an evergreen edit, let me tell you that right now. That is so many different things. That's a through line, yes, but it's also an edit, like, it never gets old to me, and it's never something that, there's never not a good reason to use it when it comes to a case like that. Also, in that case, fine, I'll tell you one thing I noticed. Those floating enemies there, their shadows are floating on air. So yeah, this place is haunted. I'm with you, I agree with that. We've decided that's gonna be it. And nothing's gonna change our mind. I don't think chat's saying no, we disagree. Okay, fine, that one hit him in a... Did you damage that first shot?
It did, but I found that I have just enough... Well, that my Buster has enough range. Okay, I don't even have a boosted range.
Okay.
But my Buster has enough range without any boosts that I can just get within range to hit the Mirox without them seeing me and still be able to hit them with my Buster.
Gotcha. I think you were pretty close, I think, after this, yes?
I should be there.
Oh, you're gonna be it. Okay, awesome.
Yep, 140.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so there you go. That is what we're doing for this.
Alright.
See, that's how we can do it. Like, we can make this work, damn it. I mean, as I said, that's how we'll go it. Although, as I said, also with everything she's figured as far as PlayStation 2 with her this way, it'll be an easier case also for her to do some of these things, because I know some of this is going to be a lot of involvement. I mean, I had to do that with Kingdom Hearts for the getting level 100 for the Sephiroth battle. That took me time, but it was also the kind of thing to find, like, while I'm doing other stuff, like, fine, I'll do this, and then kind of, well, actually, I think I did it while I was doing an edit on the show. It's like, fine, listening to the show, being edited, or the re-record of the show, or going over through, was adding everything, so I'm like, is there something I need to put something in for, or not?
Alright, so I'm just gonna take care of a couple of story flags here.
Okay, so here's Guildmaster once again. Yeah, we're just worried about the key that they have here got out. We're going to attack by Glide and his bird bots, which goes back to what Leckfors was saying last time, saying, where does Glide fit in this plot from the misadventures of Tronbon, and I guess also who are the bird bots? Well, we're going to find out soon enough. Yeah, they closed the ruins off to keep the pirates out. I guess, will they make an exception for us? Yeah, we were stuck with the laughter that's all lowercase h's. I also love how he's kind of like he's shaking his fist right there as far as like how determined he looks. Like, yeah, they're not gonna do anything to us with our main guns. Bogey won't get attacked before we get it fixed. The voice cutscene? Yeah, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Our spy has returned. He succeeded in sabotaging the anti-aircraft cannon. They're probably running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
Piece of cake! This island will be a pushover!
Brag after we take it. Let's go! Ready?
And we're back. So yeah, he had to say something, didn't he? So yeah, here are the bird bots, yes?
Yep, bird bots.
Yep, they are voiced by Eddie Glenn, who is the voice of Flicker on Blazing Dragons, which was an animated series in the 90s that does have a game based on it, on the Sega Saturn and the PlayStation, which actually has Eric Idle from Monty Python in it. Also, he's the voice of Thomas the Tank Engine in the movie Thomas and the Magic Railroad, which came out the same year as this game did in 2000. And he was also the voice of Mistel and Romero on Beyblade, and he was also Shigeo Shiba in the first two Pet Labber films. Yeah, we're gonna see them a bit later. Yeah, they're gonna be causing trouble as far as what this is, I think. Alright, what are we doing for our build-up?
I'm getting a handful of things. Well, oh, whoops.
You did need that eventually, right?
Yeah, I do need that for the upcoming dungeon. Oh, the upcoming ruins.
Alright.
Let's see. How much can I sell?
Not much.
Not enough.
For what?
Well, if I'm going to have the armor and the final attack upgrade on the machine gun arm, I need 125k.
Okay.
I have 121k right now.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess you probably have to make a choice, saying like, yeah, let's not have one of them.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip the armor for now.
Okay. If that's what you want to do.
Yeah. It makes more sense.
And you are close, if nothing else.
Which means I have 20k to do whatever with.
Okay.
We'll be getting money left and right once we get to the next story area. Well, once we get to the ruins here, which won't be for a little while yet, but we'll also be getting to it pretty quickly.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing that last time.
The light barrier? I mean, last time you came in here on this list, it was on the list. I do remember seeing that, but as far as I guess it's just something you didn't buy specifically yet.
Well, whatever the case, time to go get that last upgrade, recharge, and
yeah, we got a fight we got to do. We got to deal with those bird bots. Which actually, looking at them, I'm getting a little bit of an echo of Tales of Adventure for Game Gear because they do like the birds coming down almost in like a World War II like kamikaze look, the same way that game I think had the element.
Hydrojets.
Yeah, we need that later. You're telling me.
Yep, I'll explain them later.
All right. In the meantime, yeah, let's get that machine gun arm set.
Yep.
There
We
you go.
just lost an entire digit to upgrade that thing.
Mm-hmm. That's so satisfying and will be helpful, I think, what we're gonna say.
Yep. Alright, so...
You wanna save?
Oh, shit. Well, this one should be fine.
Alright, so yeah, we got missions. What's going on here?
Yeah, this part is decently easy. I'd say as I get contact damage up the wazoo.
Okay.
Well, not that it actually amounted to much. But
Yeah, look at that. It's just decimating these things. Also, do you want to tell them what you saw happen here that you didn't know happened? I didn't know it either. Because I didn't play this part of it.
What are we talking about?
Those hook things.
Oh, right. So these things are capable of picking up Mega Man and dropping, and like just kind of throwing them around.
Yeah, with that, yeah, they don't stand a chance. Yeah, so I think this is probably the reason why you said, yeah, let's go with this, as far as getting the weapon sets. And yeah, you're just tearing the bird bots into them completely.
This thing has some good range on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're not even making it to the platform. Like, yeah, fine. This, yeah, they have their nice cannons and guns over there. But, yeah, it's not going to be much. Keep it up. And that bar up down there, that is what? The health bar of town? The one in the lower left-hand corner?
The horizontal yellow one. Here we go. And it does a lot of damage.
Wait, hold on, that guy there, is he with them?
No, he's helping this thing.
Okay, first I was like, wait, it seems like he's stealing the boxes of the trader.
It's almost... The cannon won't activate unless you pull the lever to the right of the gate.
There we go.
Any voice cutscene here?
I believe it's just the gun coming.
Alright. Alright, so yeah, they picked the wrong town to fuck with.
All right, that should do it.
Mega Man, can you hear me? They're attacking the other side as well. Can you come over here and help us?
I read you, Roll.
Alright.
Alright, so that's one down, but apparently they're going on the other side.
Alright. What? I don't need you. I just need my monkey.
Yeah. There's nothing to hide except for me and my monkey. Wait, hold on, is one you're saving over?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure of that.
I mean, your card has the same backup data that's in the slot 2 on mine.
No, it doesn't. You saved over it. I think you saved over when you were in the test. Or it's not reading it. Never mind. You know, fine. Leave it. We'll do that later. We'll do that off screen. But fine. It's either way. Actually, wait, no, yours is not reading it. So wait a minute, hold on, it's your PS2 that's not reading this one this time, so okay, fine.
Huh.
Alright, next element, let's protect the entrance from the bird bots. Okay, it's the same deal as before, question mark?
Different enemies, but,
Alright. Also, yeah, their cannons seem like they're actually doing something more, so that's good.
Unfortunately, these things are kind of a pain to actually hit.
Because they're moving around the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, it looks to me that the damage is not really doing much as far as the bombs for, like, hitting the center of the platform. Because the thing is...
The deal here is that I need to protect the door.
Okay, so yeah, they can't go through the door.
Actually, towards that end.
Yeah, just wait for them to kind of land and then take them out.
Wrong target.
So I do like this idea as far as kind of defensive stuff, which is kind of unique as far as how this is compared to some of the other stuff in the last game, or other stuff in some ways with Mega Man itself. But also it intertwines really nicely with the way this game plays.
The cannon's been repaired, Mega Man. Mega Man, we're in trouble. They're attacking the dock, too.
Rule, get out of there!
I can't. We're not finished with the repairs.
If I go help Rule, this side will be defenseless.
Don't worry, Mega Man. Leave it to me. I'll take care of them. You get to the dock.
Thanks! Good luck!
And off to the docks now we go.
Yeah, this is working really well.
Yep. So if nothing else, it shows that, hey, you don't have to apologize as far as, you know, the idea of grinding stuff out. Because, like, we're showing why. If you're going to be doing this, this might be a good idea. In fact, I'll see what I do when I actually do the play of this off-screen for myself to cut off the next part. To get a sense of what'll work well. Maybe I'll just do what I did on the off-screen myself. It's like, bum rush shit and see what happens. But then it might not be a good idea. Okay, so next... Oh, we're about to drop out any time of what? The ships?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, but they're coming from the left and the right.
No, not really.
What about the one over there? Oh, they're coming from here, okay.
The first two just start already spawned.
Okay. Or three. Wait, there's another one inside
No,
of that?
I mean the first two that I took after.
Okay.
Glide ship is on the move.
Yeah, I don't think Glide's gonna stand a chance. Okay, I like that touch. The fact the Birdbot tried to get on the dock, but yeah, he fell. He feasibly died. He probably never saw me. Oh, fine. He's like, fuck this. I'm gonna just end my life. Goodbye, cruel world.
How could they?
Awesome. Good job.
Boom.
That should take care of them.
Hey, Mega Man! They're up there on the roof! Come quick!
Mega Man, everything should be okay there now. You've got to get up to the roof. You can get there by using the ladder in the storage area.
Okay.
Okay, good job on that. So yeah, glide went away, and they do give you the opportunity to save here. And I just to ask you this: you're not on a time limit if you don't go up to them right away.
Right.
For this next part, right?
Like-
For each of these parts we're seeing.
Yeah, like, nothing happens until you actually start the encounter.
Okay. Which is kind of interesting. So at least you have a little bit of a breather. So you don't necessarily have to do it all in one run.
Like, I could go off and grind another few 100,000 zenny if I wanted to.
Sure. Okay, so that makes sense then that way.
Not that I need to right this moment.
Right.
But it's there. Alright.
We have one now. Okay, yeah, we'll be back in just a second.
Mission start.
Alright, so now on the roof. Oh, they're kind of balancing. I gotta tell you, I like the Birdbot's animations here, honestly. Oh! They're kind of just walking carefully across that, because, like, yeah, it's not gonna last very long. In this case, what? You have to take the ship out or just protect it?
It's just a time thing.
All of our assault teams have been shot down. Inconceivable!
I told you not to underestimate them. How come we have to go to so much trouble over one little blue guy?
Blue guy? Are you talking about me? Blue? Are you talking about me?
No, not you. The guy down there.
Curses! Our plan may have failed, but we can't let that blue guy off this easy for our fallen comrades. Battle stations!
Yeah, get the blue guy!
Okay, so next you have to take the ship down. Yeah, I like how this kind of elevates and it kind of escalates more as far as going one place and then another and another, and then I guess building up into, I don't know, let's see if it is.
Oops.
I take it you can't fall off of here? Okay, good. Imagine that being a mechanic.
Yeah, not bad for a primate. He's stronger than he looks.
Retreat! Retreat!
Alright, and we did it, yes?
Yep.
Good job.
Now I can go find Data, who is no longer right next to door number 3.
Okay.
He's
back
back
in
by the
Flutter.
flutter.
Alright. Yeah, so how you doing, Data? I was like, what was that about? So I don't know what was Data doing the whole time, just kind of sitting back. What was him and Roll doing? Like, I don't know, playing cards? I don't know, making a bet, saying like how quickly would Mega Man take this thing out, or take out the Birdbots. Yeah, good job handling that for sure.
Yeah, because of the prep, that went flawlessly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously still took damage, but I don't count that toward a flaw.
Right, because I mean the thought is like there are, and what I will do is, there's how many? Do you know how many game over cutscenes are there if you fail that?
I believe failing any of them only gets you the self-destruct cutscene, but I'm not completely certain.
Well, those cutscenes will be here when I edit, or fine, they'll be about here.
The room won't last much longer. You've got to stop the bomb.
No! I won't let them have the key! No! We'll take you with us!
Just to show you what could have happened that way. But hey, he's like, yeah, it didn't happen, so great job on that one. As off to what we're doing next. So what are we doing next?
So now we're going back and talking to these guys again.
What? We saved your island. Why are you saying no? Oh, yeah, okay, talk about things to take out of context. Okay, that guy's Johnny. Alright, so fine. The guy over there is Johnny, and this is the Guildmaster. Okay, there you go. We go to Calbania. He's supposed to be like or Calbania? Or Calbania?
I'm not sure if it's Calbania or Calbania. I've always said Calbania.
Okay.
But
yeah, Chad, if you know, it could be either way, I guess. I mean, the Japanese pronunciation would probably be Calbania, but I don't know.
Well, that assumes that they use the same name for it. I'm not.
Right.
I don't know.
Right, okay. But basically, this is our next test. We have to basically destroy the base of Glide.
Yeah, and this is going to be a cakewalk.
Okay. Especially how you manage that boss right there. You're all in good shape, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful, because it's heavily fortified. I guess that we're gonna go there now, or where are you gonna go?
Let's see. So, I'm just checking my items real quick.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Wait, did you get enough for what you need? No.
No.
Oh wait, you need 25,000. I mean, as you said, though, it's only going to be a matter of time before you get the money you need for
I mean,
that.
I'll have it very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I could go into the ruins right now and just fight whatever's there.
Okay.
And get what I need.
Okay.
So
yeah, one more return to the ruins that way. Also, yeah, I don't know if I indicated this. I probably should, because I always do it in part. Thumbnail choice. You click the thumbnail, what you think looks cool for this, or anything else you want me to superimpose, and have that happen. Because you actually had a good one for part 1. I will definitely say that. Not that you never did. Not to say that you don't have great elements that you clearly have. The other parts you've done for. Actually, of all the long-form games, I think this is the only one. These are the only 2, right? Only Legends 1 and 2. This is Aladdin.
so far, I think.
Yeah, find the ones you. Well, yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, they are. Okay, every other one has been at least just in part. And Ludar is Perot's jurisdiction, but okay. So yes, also that's the other thing. Leader game gets to choose what's thumbnail. Yeah, just keep your eyes out of what anything would look cool. Or anything, or if anything you want me to superimpose, we talk about something, I want to just superimpose whatever it is, even if it seems like it's totally random. good bit of money out of that. Okay, yeah, you're all
Yeah,
set.
we've got enough. Only
Perfect.
needed to do one room.
Perfect.
Alright. Now we're all off to Albania.
Alright,
Well, I mean, as soon as I get the armor that I need.
Alright.
That I want to get anyway.
Right.
I don't really need it for the next part, but it prevents knockdowns, so... It's not a bad thing to have.
Alright, so high. Padded armor, Omega. And you do get a decent amount off the padded armor itself.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And for some reason, the hydrojets cost, or will only sell for half as much as the chip they were made from.
Okay, which is weird. Question, if you sell that, you can't get it again. Is
I
that
can
right?
get it back.
Okay, no. Don't do it. Don't do it to prove me right. Or prove
I'm not.
that, but I was
I'm
like, wait.
not.
I didn't know if it's one of those games like you
it
can
would
sell
be
it.
It would be a waste of Zenny, but
Okay.
I believe you can sell stuff and get it back.
Okay.
Actually, we can check with the 2 armors I sold.
Okay, fair enough. All right, sounds good that way.
At least I think. I'm pretty sure it works that way.
Okay, let's see. What do you got?
I buttoned too quickly. What parts?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
okay.
normal armor, padded
Yeah, and then
armor.
just marks it up massively. So it's like, yeah, you
Yeah.
got 2,500 on that padded armor.
Yeah, like, it's a 400% markup.
Okay.
So it's 4 times what they paid me for it.
Okay.
I don't really care.
We got something better. It's like, yeah, they're not getting this one.
Yeah.
Okay, and if we get something better going on, it's like we'll go to another store. It's like then they won't know.
Yeah, like, I have the best armor available at this point in the game.
Perfect.
So,
okay.
that armor will later get sold to buy the next one.
Okay. Let's go off. Where else are we gonna go next?
Hey, dude, go through the door.
Yeah, so maybe Mega Man doesn't know how to door. Oh no, I said that on the. Okay, this is gonna be the context for me to put in an edit from our off-screen, which was the idea that like, Mega Man can't door, and then we found something very funny when we went in that hole in the center. I will put that edit about here.
Laser, laser, laser.
All right.
And I'm just gonna run into the wall for a second. Well, into the door.
Okay. Yeah, if he doesn't bounce against it, it's yeah, how do I door with Mega Man? I'm fine. I guess Mega Man is used to the door just opening on his own. But fine, this one doesn't have the luxury that, you know, all the other Mega Mans had. Oh! Actually, wait, I think it saw there at the end you didn't totally fall in.
Yep.
Alright, I guess that's editing fodder. I can find somewhere to put that. Yeah, because that was something really funny, for sure. And it's like, that's also the other thing, as I say with the audio checks, that anything that is on that canon may be used as part of the editing process. It usually just comes with funny stuff. And that was a great thing. That was a great find. Sometimes it's like, hey, you don't plan that, you know? Or as you say, we play in the show, I swear to God.
Alright.
Alright, so off we go. And do we have a cutscene coming up on this next part? When we land?
When we initially land, no.
Okay.
I'm so used to just pushing triangle to get the menu to come up really quick.
Okay.
Like this menu.
Right. Yeah, it can be a hard habit to break. I get that. No issue that way.
It's more just it's one of those things that it just grr.
Yeah, so
what I mean.
we'll edit around as much as we can, but I get that.
Yeah, I don't mind running through to this point again.
Okay. Or if that's not the case, I can just do it on my off time because I'm gonna have to play up to this point anyway for my off-screen stuff.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, so I'll have to balance that between the stuff I got this week as far as myself personally, work, all that, but then also because I have to practice Guardian Heroes still, because that's gonna be our game for next week. We can go more into our schedule, but and I've mentioned that game to you because I know you're going on. So we have to defeat the pirates over on Calvania Islands, or Calvania Island, and then the plains of the islands.
Mm-hmm.
Now look at this. It looks like a really nice place as far as like the greens and the browns and the hills.
Yep. I think there's a cutscene coming up as soon as I go onto this path.
Alright, we'll be back in a minute for the purpose of that. Alright, is that they do speak eventually, and I don't know who their voice performances are. I couldn't find anything about them. But either way, those are the twins, yes?
Yeah, they're just a couple of... They're just, well, as they already mentioned, their sister, was captured by Glide. They're basically twin brothers.
Okay. Yeah, we'll hear them talk later specifically, although looking at the dialogue, I'm also getting a sense of... Is that something that they put the, that sensitivity warning they put in front of the Battle.net Legacy Collection for?
Also, these pigs. It is possible to, so the karma system in the game, you can actually kick these pigs.
Uh-huh.
And you will lose karma points.
Okay.
You can also pick them up and it won't do anything.
Okay.
But, like, including throwing them.
The throwing is not a karma, Doc?
No.
Okay, so fine. It's like, it's safe one way.
As far as I know, throwing them is not a karma.
Okay, no, because they land on their feet, so it's fine. Actually, you know what? Yeah, because they land on their feet, so they're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
The other case is like they land on their back, so like, that's the problem.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna kick them too much, but I wanted to show that.
But you also get that point where you're gonna have an instant karma going in the good way anyway, I think, yes?
Yeah.
So in the field, the Reaver bots appear.
These things are worth killing.
Yeah, like, they look like tillers, basically, you know? Like they're tilling the fields or something. I like the design of that. Also, they have the wacky what is that? The wacky, wild, inflatable arm-waving man.
Wild and wacky arm-flailing tube man.
Thank you. Okay, I knew you'd know some element of that.
Apple and Da did not need to be made so annoying.
Okay, that's the name of the two kids, Apple and Da.
Yeah.
Well, just because you keep saying over here like 30 times in a row. Or Zade, if you hate this, wait till you play the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game on PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. You have Donatello saying, "Dumb goon, corner pocket," every time you hit the X button or the square button on PS2. That could be annoying. Oh, wait, that damages them?
Like, you can kinda dash through them, in a sense.
I don't think the first game did that, did it?
No, it didn't.
Okay, cool, thank you for showing that.
Hi!
Oh, whoa! Wait, that's the boss we fought at the beginning of the game.
It's the smaller version.
I'll find a smaller one. So maybe his brother didn't heard what we did to him, or what you did to him. Well, fine, fine, I was an accomplice, so I'm not gonna say no, it's all her.
So there's a few useful things that we can find in here.
Okay.
I believe they're in the later parts of this area.
Alright.
I was not paying attention to where I was going.
Okay. I think it goes to what you're saying what we're saying as far as the horror element a little bit. Because yeah, we do have the horror, underground music from the first game, and the idea is like, yeah, like we're just gonna go down here. It's like, wait, there's somebody here. I think it'll be interesting when we get to our October block where we got planned for the Halloween season this year. Or we're planning, because some of that's still a little up in the air. Some of them. 2 of them aren't. I know specifically Rondo Blood and Earthbound are 2 of them not going to be in question because those are happening in October. Well, that and also the Crescendo 64 is going to be on for a show because like Halloween is his season. So it's like, yeah, what do we want to do? I think the thought is initially we're doing Until Dawn on PlayStation 4. You play that?
No.
It is from Supermassive Games. They're a company out of England. It is a horror game that actually has a lot of famous people in it, or semi-famous people as far as how it is. They motion captured the performances as far as how it was. And it's kind of this choose-your-own-adventure like teens at like an abandoned camp, or abandoned cabin horror-like movie. And it does have a lot of open elements as far as how the game goes, so you can kind of get a sense of the game playing out a different way if you're careful and save people or not save other people. It's pretty interesting. I mean, I haven't played it because, as I said, I don't have PS4 specifically, but it's also something that I always liked the concept of what it was, and he was showing me that and the Man of Medan games. Oh no, Man of Medan is an entry of the Dark Pictures anthology. He showed me, I think it was that one he showed me. I was like, that looks really great. And actually, they just ported Man of Medan to Switch last week out of nowhere, where it adds extra content, and then it puts it in it cuts the frame rate on the Switch to 24 frames per second, and people saying, like, including him, saying, like, what are they doing to this? This should run at 60 the way it did on the other systems, to which this is a weird thing, because I think they advertise that when you go in the eShop to buy it, because it's $20 that way.
Okay, I'm using Energy Canteen.
Okay.
It's cheap to refill. I just need to go back to the sulfur bottom.
Yeah, makes sense. But to go back to that thing quickly, that does make sense, though, on that, because look, it's the question of, is the Switch powerful to run anything, which is part of the reason I'm not buying Tears of the Kingdom right away, even though everybody says it runs fine. Like, I don't trust him after Pokemon, sorry. But for that 24 frames per second, since it is mirroring a movie, all those games from that company, it is Supermassive Games who made, yeah, I think it's Supermassive is the name of the company, who made Until Dawn and all those other ones. It's kind of like a movie, so it's running at 24 frames per second. It is a movie frame rate, so it doesn't seem like it's off base. That seems like that's kind of a smart thing, assuming it holds consistently, which can not always be a guarantee on Switch, or even modern systems isn't always a guarantee. But it has extra content, so like, we'll have to play that version at some point just for that extra stuff. So I think I asked you when we played, I think it was Mega Man Legends 1, that you don't have a whole lot of experience with horror games, specifically as far as like specific horror games, but elements of games that have them, like say Mega Man Legends.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty interesting from what I've seen, and I'm going to look forward to looking into some of those things. And Shadow Hearts was a case like that as well, in a different way. I think you'd really like that game. It's just too bad it has not been re-released. We're begging, we're still begging, even though we played Shadow Hearts 1, and we're going to do Covenant eventually. And Chasm 22 is going to be involved when we play that, as well as Crescendo 64. Yeah, we're pushing. I think you'd really like Shadow Hearts. It's kind of a bit of an RPG. It's like, that's, of all the plays we've done recently, I'd probably point you to that one, just to take a watch. Because there's some interesting stuff on that one that I really was into.
Okay, so...
Alright, money. Yeah, we're definitely getting a good amount of money around here.
There's 2 pockets
8,000,
here.
wow. Okay. And you were saying, question to this, you're saying that the Zenny drops from enemies increases with the license, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna take it that the things you find is like in boxes or in holes like that is always gonna be set.
Yeah, that's always fixed.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I just was thinking at least go into that.
Yeah. So, the 3K, 8K, whatever, that stays the same regardless of your license.
Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense lore-wise. It does make sense, the idea that when you have the better license, you're going to be able to get more stuff off of the Reaverbot you kill. And there's more. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I guess this is really the reason you want to go into these option ruins, I would think. Or the idea that, hey, because remember, Mega Man Legends is a lot of what it is about exploring. It's like, hey, what's over here? Let me find this. Which is how I was when I first played it.
Yeah. So that's a buster part. I don't need it right now.
That's a range increase. That was in the first game, I think, too, yes?
Yeah. I think the actual stats are a little bit different here, but it's very similar.
Okay. So see, in that case, some of my knowledge from Mega Man Legends 1 is kind of similar, but also because some of the names are similar, too. Anything else, Nocturne, you want to go into on this game, or anything else Mega Man of any kind? Go into it, absolutely. Go into it even more. Or anything else that maybe we didn't talk about with Legends 1 or with this game. Yeah, so yeah, the floor is going to be yours, just like the fact that, hey, you're playing the game. So it always is yours in the sense that, hey, if you want to jump into it and point out, go ahead.
Sure. So this thing, I cannot remember for the life of me whether or, how to defeat that thing, if it's even possible. It generally seems to be pretty peaceful. It just kind of follows you around.
Yeah, it's just doing dancing. It's basically like a Reaverbot waltz dancer or something.
If anyone actually knows how to beat it, I'd love to know.
Okay, or I can also look in an edit to see what it is, and also what the name of them might be. But in the meantime, fine, we'll let them live this time.
Hi.
Also, one thing, on that wall you're on right there behind you, was there a hole behind on the side?
Oh, yeah. I missed that on my first run.
Okay.
On my practice run.
I just noticed something jut out. I was like, wait, is that something there? Sometimes it might not be. Maybe it's just something like, hey, I just noticed a mark on the wall or something. And thankfully he's just stopping in front of you, so it's not like he's, going completely all the way.
Yeah. These things just run back and forth on the same path. Continuously. They completely ignore you, as far as I know.
I mean, I guess that goes in the idea of like, I don't know how much this or any of the other games go into this. The idea of like the habitats of the Reaverbots, because they tend to be going in the ruins usually. Yes, is that the idea?
I'm sorry?
Like what the idea of like that habitat of the Reaverbots is usually just them in ruins, or there's something else we're gonna hear in this game about it as we get to Rusty Bazooka.
Yeah. So. I forget what I was going to say.
About the lore, you mean, of this, or what the Reaverbots were? Because I know there's probably a lot to go into, but I also know you know about it in a way that I don't. Oh shit!
Forgot about that.
Yeah, it seems there's a lot of stuff in here, so it's at least worth going around.
Oh, I forgot. That's just an empty dead end.
Okay.
Oh well. It's not like I took any damage or anything.
Well, alright, you did just avoid the, avoided the man.
Yeah.
Even though it didn't seem that way, it's like we were both, I think, taken aback. So, I mean, I guess in that case, this is also the answer, as I said, to cases where you were saying this, you and Alexis were saying this the last time. Whereas the horror vibe of this game, it's here. Not as much as before with Mega Man Legends 1, but this is where you're gonna get it. I do like that. I mean, I said that with the first game. I really like the idea that it kind of puts you in this mindset and this feeling of, you know, going on a dig this way, kind of just exploring the unknown and the idea that, hey, there's something potentially dangerous around the corner.
Alright, I think I've got a pair of Chartreuses coming up. So, yep.
They are. Whoa!
Fortunately, they are nowhere near as devastating in here as they are in Legends 1. And they just kind of roll over.
Yeah, so with what you got here, you're just cutting down really
Like,
quickly.
I'm not even using my special weapon.
Well, the special weapon makes it go even faster. At least the way you had it was. 12,000. I think that was what you were using on them for the tests, am I right?
I'm sorry?
You were using the machine gun on them for the tests? Or it was on something else?
I think I was just using the Buster in the test.
Okay. Yeah, as I said, she knows more about this because, as I said to her, with all due respect, I'm half paying attention, sort of, but also the case, like, since she did want me to go into this as fresh as I can go, to kind of be in that case of, you know, not being, you know, fixated. Alright, there we go. There's our nice reward.
And now we get a refractor worth 50k.
Awesome. On top of the money we've already gotten here, so yeah, we definitely rated this place.
Yep, we rated this place for every zenny it's worth, except for, you know, enemy respawns.
Uh-huh.
One thing that would be an improvement would be if there was an easy way to just leave ruins, especially once you've completed them.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Is it a case where, at least the optional ones don't seem like they're very large, but I also know what you mean as far as the idea that kind of a quick exits.
Like, I can't even blame the game because it's from an era where that really generally wasn't a thing.
Yeah, but I mean, and even then, like the areas you have to go to for plot elements or some of the ruins, you're brought out to the end when you finish it anyway.
Yeah, but then if you go back in later to try to pick something up that you didn't get the first time around, you have to go all the way back out yourself.
Right, and I guess also that also, well, okay, fine. This was, remember, this game came out.
Oh yeah.
A couple days before Majora's Mask came out, and that had an option for that. And even Ocarina of Time, the Zelda games, both of those, they have a method for that. So I mean, even then, it's minor in this case because you otherwise, like, hey, if you're having to flip it really long, maybe that would be more of a question.
Like, it's not bad. It's just kind of it would be nice if there was a way to just quickly jump to, you know what I mean.
Yeah, hint, hint, Capcom, when you remake this.
That's where they got you! So that's their base. Don't worry, I'll get your sister out of there.
I don't think so. It's probably too hard for you. There's a wall on the other side that you may get through, but it's really high. Anyway, come with us. You'll see.
What? Wait, you'll get hurt!
Alright, so let's raid this place. We're going in the fortress to find their sister.
Mission start!
This place is just gonna roll over.
Okay. Show us how. Yeah, look at all these great armaments and things. They're no match for machine gun arm. Basically, what, just take down all of the armaments and then you go in.
That was everything.
Yeah, it looks pretty clean to me.
Yeah, like, I took one hit.
He can help us in.
Here it is! If we work together, you can get it there!
Alright, so how are we working together with, I keep forgetting their names.
Apple and Da.
Okay! We're ready! Huh? Hurry up, man! Go get our sister!
All right then.
Alright, so what are we doing? Well, the tanks are back. It's like, yeah, they got him back fast.
Okay.
Yeah, as we were. You're gonna help us in because...
Good luck!
Excuse me. I seem to have been captured. Can you help me, please?
Be quiet! Come! Keep your trap shut! Huh? Intruder! Intruder alert! Caca!
Ouch! You're hurting me!
Alright, so now we have to save their sister, who's named Shu, correct?
Yep, S-H-U.
Okay. I'll talk to her voice actor in just a second, actress in a second. In this case, yeah, that's what you're basically doing, just raiding this everywhere we've been going tonight, and I kind of like that. The idea, Mega Man is absolutely a killing machine, living up to the idea of, like, what's this Mega Man trigger thing? You said last time, like, all the people running into it, like, when they knew something indicated about him, like, yeah, we don't want to touch him, but now we're understanding why. And also, I guess Mega Man has been more talkative at this part, which I think someone came last time. The idea, like, is he really reacting to all this? But it seems he's talking basically every cutscene he's had.
I'm probably gonna need to use my hyper cartridge.
And that recovers your special weapon.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I am not using it just to take down one enemy. Come on.
Yeah, I almost had him.
Yeah, and just casually,
Getting a sniper unit.
changing my, my weapon loadout in the middle of battle.
Yeah, they won't hurt you, don't worry. It's not like, some other games where it's like, hey, it's kind of, you still have to do it while everything's going.
Do you see a key anywhere nearby? You should be able to open the gate with it.
Yeah, there we go. Indeed. See, I did the other thing. He was like, hey, wait a second, where's the voice cutscene? But he's like, I did it too early. Alright, so there is, well, actually, he...
Alright. We'll be returning to Data another 1 or 2 times, probably.
Alright. Yes, actually, you know what, fine. Before we do that, That's right. We don't have a cutscene coming up in any door we're gonna go in right now.
There will be a cutscene after this door.
Fine, in that case,
So-
we'll go in that door. I'll go into Shu's voice actor later.
I'll wait.
Oh, you want me to go into Shu's
go
voice
ahead.
actress now?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Shu is voiced by, as I said, Oppo and Da. I can't find their voice performances. I think I even asked you, I was like, is there anything? I looked everywhere. IMDb didn't have anything. Found the voice actors didn't have anything. So I don't know who voices them. It's for the US. Shu, we do know who voices her. It is Sunday Muse, who is the voice of Binky and Bogiebot on Roly Poly Oli, or Ollie. I don't know. Have you ever seen that show?
I think it's Roly Poly Oli.
Roly Poly Oli, thank you. Also, she was the voice of Verbena Assault on the show Jane and the Dragon, and also is connected with the Care Bears. She's the voice of Cheer Bear in the Care Bears Big Wish movie, and also in the Care Bears Journey to Joke-A-Lot. My familiarity with the Care Bears goes back to the 80s stuff, so it's a little more recent, so it's out of my wheelhouse specifically. But that is who voices Shu, and we're going to see then cutscene 2. Something we might have seen last time.
This part of the game has a lot of short voiced cutscenes.
But it's been interesting for us before going to this. We may as well go into this. It's been a great case of like, hey, as soon as this happened, we're kind of really quick as far as being able to adjust to this. It's like, okay, here we go. So you know what? It's actually worked out pretty well, honestly. It's gonna be interesting, different for edit, because it's not like the first cutscene in this game was 10 minutes long. It's like, okay, I can sort of go through that. It's like, okay, I know where it's gonna end this way. But it's like, no, in this case, no, we can't. But alright. So let's see the next one then.
Yep.
Mission start!
Mega Man, above you!
Yeah, there's so many of these. As I said, yeah, don't worry about that, because they're not going to say, like, oh, maybe I was wrong. But, look, I was wrong on a couple, too, and there's so many short ones, so it's kind of a tough thing to, you know, have a list of what they all are, you know? But either way, it's like, yeah, we're going to have it happen, don't worry. See, that's how dedicated we are to this whole idea of, you know, letting you hear all the voice performances in the unsubtitled cutscenes. We'll do it even when it's not necessary, because, like, we'll make sure that if it was there, we'd be ready for it, and if it's not, either way. Yeah, just take this place down, and I guess, destroy the murder holes of the bird bots up there. Well, fine. In that case, yeah, you would be using the sniper unit that way. Yeah, you snipe them out the window. Damn.
I'm mainly using the machine gun right now.
Fine. It basically may as well be a sniper rifle from this distance. And, like, yeah, with that distance, yeah, you're picking them off really nicely.
This part kind of drags a little bit.
Okay. It's basically just aiming up there. Alright, so next key. And next other item there.
Going to get the fried chicken.
Yeah.
Which was conveniently inside a wall that we just broke.
Mm-hmm.
Considering what you were playing while I was doing practice in this section.
Yeah, for Castlevania, she's right. So we kind of were going that idea. Also, also the description of that. I love the description. If you're gonna show that, as we also get the accessory pack.
But yeah, so if we go in here, items.
Yeah, with 12 secret herbs and spices, restores your life gauge. Yeah, so it's like, as opposed to KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, where it's like the 11 herbs and spices, the kernels, like, no, we got an extra spice for this one. Don't know what it is, but well, it's a Capcom secret, I guess. And the accessory pack is a Buster Part.
Yep.
Which is increased on every stat by 1. Okay.
Yep.
Is it every stat? Yeah,
it's every stat.
I saw 4. It's like, that it has to be every stat.
The big thing about the accessory pack is that +1 to rapid.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you have anything for
The
that.
only other thing I have that does rapid is the auto fire unit, which +1 rapid is not enough to really warrant +2 energy without having a lot of range too.
Right.
So with the accessory pack also giving +1 attack and +1 range instead of +2 energy, the accessory pack is actually a better item.
Okay. And it does seem, I mean, looking at that, it's like, hey, it increases everything, even though it's just by 1. I'd say, like, yeah, I'd take that.
I mean, it's still, compared to stuff you can get later in the game, obviously it's not that great. But,
For now.
But rapid is rapid is hard to get.
In this game, or even the other one?
Rapid is only, it is possible to max rapid.
Right.
But it, from my experience anyway, it's the rarest stat boost on the Buster parts.
I think you said it with the first one, but I get the sense that maybe is more rare in this than even in the original.
I'm not sure whether I would say that or not, but it's a very, very important stat. Like, high rapid magnifies the attack power. Like, every bit of rapid magnifies your offensive power.
Because basically the bullets are coming out quicker, and if you have the bullets more powerful, they also it runs your attack, but it also means that as you're having more come out, you have more damage going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, let's put a little clip here of the Buster from my later save file just firing to show what a fully powered Buster looks. Well, it's not quite fully powered, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I think that would be fun. I love this stream of death.
Yeah, it'll be there. So there you go, perfect. See, now you're getting into it as well, like speaking with the idea of a future tense element, or like we did, because remember, she was, now that we did the show, I can say this, I did the edit, she was, of course, the mystery guest with the extra look at the Terra Duraga from the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade from last week, but we didn't use that collection for the overview.
Yeah. Like,
so, that's that.
So
she was technically on the show last week, that way. You were saying?
Yeah, like, I would, like, it would be accurate to say that I'm intrigued by Tower of Duraga.
And she also kind of called dibs on it, technically. She's
but
like, I'll take the
however-
bull and I'll run this.
Yeah, like, I don't think it's a good game, but in fact, I think it's a bad game, but I'm very intrigued by it.
And we've told, that's one we told the story so much on, I think we have to show it more even.
Like, to me, it falls into this category of bad games that I have, where despite it being bad, I kind of want to play it.
What are some other ones? What you say you can think off the top of your head?
Like, games like Shadow the Hedgehog. I mean, I know I have that and I've played it, but Shadow the Hedgehog, I know I was talking about one earlier today. Forget what it was, but
it'll come up.
Like, occasionally I'll find a game that's effectively a bad game, but I'm intrigued enough by it that I actually want to continue playing it.
Sure, and as I said, actually I didn't mention this on show, but I mentioned these to you off screen. We're gonna come back to Shadow the Hedgehog eventually because I want to show the super hard mode off. You want to call dibs and being in on that when we do it?
Yeah, I'll be part of it.
Yeah, we'll do. We're as I said, like last time, I'm using the Xbox version, which has gone up massively in price, by the way. It's like $100 now. She has it on the PlayStation 2, but in that case, we'll run it that way. And then same also with Sonic Heroes, because actually, I think I sort of indicated this a little bit, but I'll indicate it again once we have a cutscene.
No.
Okay.
I'm going out to data.
Okay. First show of next year is going to be a return to Sonic Heroes, because we're going to celebrate its 20th anniversary, and we're going to show off the super hard mode, because we didn't show off before. And also, I guess, I'll deal with the one elephant in the room when it comes to that game as far as our play of it, which is that I had a lot of, you were saying, hey, the tech problems we had with this thing. I had cases where my audio was cutting out of my voice a lot, and I had to edit around that, and I apologize for that when we did it. But if nothing else, maybe I can feasibly avoid it for doing this again. So if nothing else, there'll just be that element too. So that'll be our first show for January for next year. So it's like we plan the show far out. As January 64 always says, like, have you got that schedule set for the next 6 years yet? He's like, we're working on it. Trust me, we're working on it. Especially because of a lot of the RPG stuff we're trying to figure. Especially like the Final Fantasy stuff and Shadow Hearts Covenant and other stuff. It's gonna be really, really long.
All right, I think I forget whether the cutscene is before I fight or after.
Well, it might be the case. So let's keep an eye on it, and then when I see something, we can mute.
Yep.
All right, let's go in.
All right.
All right, so yeah, it is afterwards.
Mission start!
And actually, I was thinking of the area after this.
Okay. So in this case, yeah, just take the tanks down. Yeah, the bird bots are nothing if not persistence. And you said off screen, I think, when you were saying that, hey, they're like the surf bots for Glide. Yeah, they are, but I mean, I don't even...
They're knockoff surf bots that Glide uses.
But, well... As you know, I don't think it's going to, because I think it looks like it's a voice cutscene, but it then goes for the key. What I was going to say is, like, I think there's more of these than even surf bots total, because I think there's like a total of...
Oh, yeah.
There are 50 for the Mission Adventures of Tronbon, we'll get to that, and that's going to be the one I control for this. But I think we've seen more than 50 of these bird bots so far, have we not?
I think it's implied that there's a whole crap ton of bird bots, and only the 41 surf bots.
And that's going to be when we get to Misadventures of Tronbon, we show that? Or is that in this game?
Misadventures of Tronbon specifies that, at least with the serve bot count that you get in the game.
Okay.
That there's this isn't a cutscene. I'm going back to beta.
Okay.
It specifies that there's 41 of them. I mean, supposedly there's only supposed to be 40, but because there's number 41 is a little bit different from the others. And as I recall from stuff that I've seen online, Tron doesn't remember creating 41.
Okay, so question of where did 41 come from?
Yeah.
And yeah, fine. I thought 50. The only reason I thought that is because the first time you and I played that game, if you remember this, I basically was naming them because they're numbered. So I said, like, they're all the rules of the internet, if you know what that is. And so I was like, fine, every single rule of the internet I'm going to be naming specifically as far as what they actually all are.
So, Surfbot 34.
Yes, which is if there's porn of it, exists, no exceptions. And 35 is if there is not porn of it, it will exist. I think that's a separate rule. So fine, there's going to be 9 that are going to be off. So the point is that's how I'm going to handle the Misadventures of Tronbon for that one. Because, yeah, you still want me to handle that one?
Yeah, sure.
I guess that's because of the way it plays differently than this.
Yeah, I'm really happy that I have the game. But it's, not, it ended up not quite being my style of game.
Right, because
if that makes sense.
Because it's mostly, when we get to this game, we'll go into this. It's kind of a mix of, like, puzzle stuff, but also a little RPG, more than this, in the sense that you're building the serve bots up to kind of build up the Gesellschaft, specifically, and build money, make money, the same way this game we've been doing. But then also, you have moments in that game where you're kind of doing shooting like this, but they're not necessarily, it's not the whole game, you're not really exploring massively, it's kind of small areas you're going towards. It's almost like, I'm trying to think, what's a good way to put this? The idea that, whereas in this game you have a whole overworld, and maybe Legends 1 is this way too, that one you're kind of just going to areas on a map, into just kind of small maps that you're going to individually in little areas.
Yeah.
almost like their missions.
Yeah.
It's kind of more mission-based, I think, is that
Yeah,
right way to
it's
put it?
basically mission-based.
I mean, we're seeing the missions here, but it's also part of this overworld that we're going over. So it's a different style, even though, as I said, those overworld things, as far as, you know, the comics stuff, play like this a decent amount. Somewhere in the middle ground between this and Mega Man Legends 1, as far as how they are. So in that case, I think then your thought was like, hey, me control it. And since I did download on PS3, first thing I got when I said PS3, I said, let me download this at $6. And I guess we're waiting for a re-release or fine, the next collection, if it's going to be this or Star Force, it's going to be one of the two. Capcom has announced it, they're going to do it though. Mark my words, on this date of May 13th, 2023, they're making it. It's just a question of when. But yeah, that'll be that idea. Alright, so we got a cutscene in this.
Yep.
Alright, we'll be back for reals at this time.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, fine, you know what, fine, go to the door, we'll see.
Nope.
Well, it's like that. See, that's also. I get it because these are kind of these small elements. Like, what is this looking like? It's like, yeah, we got these big bird tanks. Okay, look at that. I like that attention to detail. You got the little beaks on them. Yeah, as I said, they do remind me of the Cuckoos from Tales of Adventure, which that's getting re-released next month, which I'm very happy to see that as far as the Sonic Origins Plus release. Yeah, if that game gets to more people, even though it's been re-released a couple times, I am all for that, because I love that game. In fact, we showed that for the show. Like I said, we're showing that game. That game's amazing. I don't know, did you ever play Tales of Adventure?
I think I poked it a little bit, but I don't remember.
Yeah, and I guess it's also not the case, like, me, like, I say it's the best game in the game here. I really got into that, and it was a surprise to me that I did, because actually, like with the Misadventures of Tron Bonne, it is different style of the franchise, but I really got into it. Even more than something like Shadow the Hedgehog, as far as how it executes itself. There's something about that game that's just delicious. I adore it. There's also one of those things, that's a niche one, but it's also a case where I said, like, I want to show that to the game people. I want people to know it is. Oh, you can get hurt by tossing the box and crushing you?
I forgot.
Okay. Yeah, if this is Mega Man X8, you've been dead. But thankfully not in this case.
I needed it clear over.
Yeah, we were talking about this, I think, as well earlier, which was the idea of how to stack the boxes. And we'll see that a little later.
I'm botching my button inputs.
I guess it's very specific then, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you have to time it so it so like you have to stack them by throwing from a jump, I think.
Oh, thank you for coming.
Get him!
Alright, so yeah, let's save Shu. Oh wait, you're picking him up. It's like, fine, you're just taunting him now.
Oh, thank you so much for helping me. I couldn't have done it without your brothers. Let's get out of here.
You're not getting away so easily. We'll take you with us. Game's over, Mega Man.
We'd better hurry.
Give it up! Can't stop the bomb from going off!
Mega Man, come on! You, me, you blue guy!
If we can just get that gate open. We have to find the key.
You mean this key? I found it in the tower.
That's it. All right, maybe we have a chance after all. Hold on to that key.
Alright, now we gotta get our way out. Oh, and it's on timer, so basically what? Kill everything and get your way out, yes.
Pretty much.
Does this have a game over cutscene?
I don't know.
If it does, I'll have edits, so don't worry about it.
Walking on was
Yeah, it's funny because I love the fact this is locked on, but I get what you're saying that, hey, because you have to hold it and as soon as you let go, you hit it again. It doesn't necessarily go to the right target.
Looks like the main gate.
Get back here.
Alright, you got her. You basically carried her right out, and we were all good. So there you go. Good job taking the base down. It's nice to be back. Yeah, I guess they won't be bothering her anymore feasibly. We'll see how that goes. Oh, she's giving you a pig? What is this, specifically?
So, I think it's used for something, but I can't... Wait. There was an NPC somewhere, I think on Nino Island, who commented on wanting a pig.
Okay.
I bet I take the pig to them.
Do you want to do that then? Because we have to go back there anyway. Do we have to go back there from here?
Yeah, we have to go back there.
Okay. Yeah, question mark is for the cute piggy. Given a present by the girl living on Cabania Island. Because at first I thought, wait a second, when you were saying, like, hey, there's a use for this, like, okay, I didn't know you got it as an item. But I thought, like, they're not, like, doing, like, a Sonic Adventure Knights A-Life thing where, like, you're raising a pig or something. Which would be interesting, but still would be kind of different, I guess. I don't know, maybe it would be a potential precursor to the Cyber Elves from, Mega Man Zero. Well, that's not really exact. No, that's sort of kind of that, but it's also the idea that you're feeding it stuff in order to make it so that it gets more powerful. Which we'll do when we get to those Zero games specifically. But I think you understand that system for those more than I do, even out of the first one.
You mean Zero?
Yeah, for the Cyber Elves, how that works. But I know you feed them those little orb thingies, but then...
Yeah, the energy crystals.
Yeah, the energy crystals, thank you. I should know, because that's the first one's the one I have the most experience with by a pretty substantial margin.
Honestly, same here.
I love it. I mean, I love Mega Man Zero specifically, but it's like I have the other ones. I'll definitely play the other ones.
Actually, I'm not gonna do Dev Room for a little bit longer.
Okay.
Move.
We're waiting on something else, or you're waiting on more money for an upgrade?
There's an item I'm gonna get in a moment that that will that I need anyway.
Okay. Actually, question. You're saying there we can now get into the ruins, but hold on. Did they promise that if we do this, they'll let us in? Did I miss that?
Well, they said all along that they were only keeping the ruins locked because of the attention it was getting from pirates.
Okay, but now we killed them, so that's fine.
So they didn't exactly promise, but
implied.
Yeah.
Okay. If nothing else, I guess if nothing else, I guess me looking at that is at least, if nothing else, giving you a sense that I'm paying attention. Because I don't know if maybe that's the like, hey, you know, I'm here, or going back to the Super Game Brothers thing, they always say like, how's that phone, by the way, Elliot? It's like, yeah, like, no, I'm not doing that unless there's a reason specifically. But the idea is like, hey, I'm paying attention to this enough because hey, I'm really interested in this, and I like the fact that I have this on PS3 to be able to enjoy it that way afterwards. Alright, so yeah, we'll get to see what's going on with everything.
I'm ignoring the cutscene trigger for now. I ran right past it.
Okay.
Oh wait, I can't pick up the one item right now, but I can probably give the one person the pig.
Okay. Alright, we talked to them before.
On the practice run.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Your great pad. We have it. Oh, she is gonna eat it. So wait, it doesn't. Wait, do you not get anything for giving it to her?
I guess not.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna ask how that phone is, by the way, because I'm gonna see what's going on here. Get the answer myself or ourselves. Oh, I say, do we have the? If we want to do the, if we're gonna find this, wherever we're going. So tell me.
Oh, right. We still have that, that last encounter with Glide's group.
Okay.
So I'm just going to talk to Data real quick. Oh wait, I need to go to the shop to make sure that I'm fully stocked on my supplies.
Actually, I think I found the answer for what the cute piggy did.
What?
I believe it's related to the karma system. Yeah, if you give it to the girl over there in Ruminoa, it says you restore 1,500 points for your values. Like,
so it's a karma thing.
yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, karma's really easy to get back. So.
Although here's the thing: is like, hey, we did do the karma, but then she had bad karma, saying she's gonna eat it unless she's joking. So I was like, I don't know if we ever get a through line to that, saying like, no, she's kidding. But either way. Alright, so what are we getting?
You know, I'll pick this up.
The light barrier, or with the light chip?
I'm gonna ignore the light chip for now.
Okay. What's the resistor chip again? Gains data and avoiding ice and fire.
It's not important right now, but it will be for Salcata and the one after that.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna save my money.
Okay.
Alright, time to save.
And also showing, you want to go into that?
Yeah, just a little camera clip into the floor.
Okay. I'm glad we got to show that on the show as well as off screen.
And if it seems like I'm saving a lot right now, for whatever reason, I've been having some, I've had a few freezes, when accessing my items on Nino Island, in practice.
Yeah.
So, I've been saving fairly frequently.
Okay, and I don't know if maybe my PlayStation 2 is the reason for that, or her disc is the reason for that, or what. I'll try it also when I do my off-screen stuff for the next, to get ready for the next part. If I'm playing this part we're seeing now myself, just to see if, try to whittle it down, because I don't know if that's something that's known with this game or not. If that's it, or maybe it's something weird, or maybe it's something weird with my PlayStation 2, I don't know. Because this one of yours doesn't seem to do it. Although I think with specific areas, basically you go in the menu. We saw actually last part, which is that when you went in the menu at one point, it seemed like it was almost floating, or it's just stuck before it actually did something specifically when you were quitting out, right? Is that what it was?
very, very disappointed in all of you. You can't even capture a little island by yourselves.
Sorry, sorry.
Oh, Fear! We're done for! They're bringing in the main ship! What'll we do? We're doomed!
Bringing out the big guns.
Why don't we try using the secret weapon you were telling us about?
Huh? What of that? Won't make any difference. It's broken.
Well, I'll fix it then. Come on, Mega Man. Huh?
Hey, wait! Get her back, Mega Man! It's our job to stop the pirates, not hers!
Alright, so we have to stop in massive air quotes, roll from fixing that thing, but it's like, have you seen the movie Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? So like, no, stop, come back. It's basically what we're doing as far as rolls. Like, yeah, we're not gonna pull her away when she's doing the projects. That'd probably be a dangerous thing.
Yeah, especially since she's the one who does all the maintenance on our stuff.
That's true, yeah. And for a reason, she knows exactly what she's doing with that.
Roll, don't you think...
There, it's fixed. Here we go.
Huh? But...
So what can they be up to now? Oh, doesn't matter. Never mind. Go ahead. Just shoot them. Fire glide missiles.
Roll!
Whoops. Sorry, Mega Man. It looks like it broke again. It's going to take a few more minutes to fix.
Alright, so yeah, Roll did fix the parabola gun, sort of, but she has to fix it more, so yeah, you gotta protect her. But Aqua Blaster, wait a minute, that's... When you say Aqua Blaster, they're not talking about the fire extinguisher, are they?
They're talking about the fire extinguisher.
Okay, because I remember I looked when I did it on the last part, I think I said that is used somewhere else. It was here, because I think they mentioned something you're doing with Johnny. Yeah. So,
It's still easier just to shoot the things down with some other weapon.
Okay. Yeah, what you got, yeah, Glide's not living long, we're gonna put him in the grave. You just hold off until the thing gets... Okay, it's already did that pause again. So maybe it is something with the game. I'll check with the PS3 version, because it's the download version, the one I got, so I'll see if maybe that's what it is. Yeah, just hold off until the repairs are done. There's a little Mega Man there. It's like, yeah, fine, like, just keep going out. It's like, I'll just do one shot each.
I'm just kind of, holding two buttons right now. R2 and triangle.
There you go.
Like, this is all I need to do right now.
There you go, I love that that's that idea. It's like, okay, yeah, just to hold that to victory. Yeah,
I mean, technically I'm wasting some shots, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then Mega Man's like, so Roll, how was your week? It was fine, Mega Man. But I wish I could get this done faster. But, yeah, don't worry, I've got it. Just keep going, and I got this, my fingers on the button here, so don't worry, we're good. And with that repaired, and we'll be back in a second.
Can't you do anything right? Well, that's enough. No more Mr. Nice Guy. We'll destroy the entire city. That way there will be nothing between us and the ruins.
Ultimate Glide Buster, fully charged!
Ready the Ultimate Glide Buster. I was hoping we wouldn't have to use it, but they have given us no choice.
Uh-oh. There. That should do it. Here we go.
Roll!
It's working. See?
Wait, stop! What are you doing? If you keep that up, you'll...
Yeah, wow, indeed, or as you said when we were off about the boss there. Yeah, you only did it with holding 2 buttons.
Yeah, I was literally holding 2 buttons the entire time and doing nothing else.
Yep, so there you go. Hardest boss battle in the game, ladies and gentlemen, feasibly. Yeah, I think even Bola would be impressed by that. So, like, yeah, you got your skills that way, Mega Man.
Alright, time to go get some items.
Alright, let's do that.
Well, I mean, 1 item and some, and go to the dev room.
Okay. Also, if you'll find, as long as we're going to this, I know you said, actually you're saying this off screen, the idea of dig out, what that's referencing.
Yes.
You want to go on that?
So, the Japanese title, Rockman Dash. Dash there is actually an acronym, for anyone who doesn't know.
And I actually didn't know until she mentioned it today to me.
It's, I believe it was Dig Outers Adventure Stories in Halcyon Days.
Yeah, in the Halcyon Days, but yeah, that's it, you got it. And I only know that because I looked it up after she said, like, what was it, but that was it. So yeah, that is, because I didn't know that. At first I was like, where did the name Rockman Dash come from? But then she said, okay, this is what it is, and it does create that interesting thought as far as the lore of the game. Yeah, Johnny's impressed. Okay, this might be why you're waiting to go to the dev room, probably, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, he just gave us a freaking firecracker.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we're trustworthy. I mean, clearly what we did, we were able to manage that. Also the rebreather, which I guess that means that you'll be able to breathe underwater.
I mean, there is no point in the game that you can go underwater before you receive the rebreather.
I gotta say,
or that you don't even get the opportunity to go underwater. So, as far as I can tell, it's really just an item for flavor.
Probably, because I was thinking, like, I don't think that anybody could hack this game to say, like, fine, go through this without the rebreather.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's just there for flavor.
Probably. That would make sense. Yeah, the firecracker, though, I guess not, because I guess you could feasibly miss that, but either way. We'll see what comes of that in a few minutes.
Alright. So now we go back to roll.
Yeah, and let her make something nice out of that firecracker, I guess. I guess that's the good news also with roll, which is the idea that, yes, you can say, like, hey, it'd be nice to shoot that off, but then the question, like, no, I kind of want to make something about this, too. And then maybe, then shoot something off of whatever she makes of it, potentially. Whatever it is, because I don't know what this is going to be.
Alright. So... Hyper Shell.
Okay.
In my opinion, one of the best weapons you can have at this point in the game.
Okay, do tell us about the Hyper Shell.
So, to start, so, without upgrades, it's actually pretty bad. Like, you at least want some energy upgrades at a bare minimum. But I'm going to show what it looks like when it's completely when it's completely without upgrades. Actually, I can do that just fine by hopping down here.
Okay.
Which, this is,
the second key is in
finally
here
open.
somewhere. Be careful, Mega Man.
So,
don't rush things.
He has this big old
This
thing
is a
mounted
really
on his right
complex
arm now.
structure.
Okay.
Be careful you don't get lost.
So, as it is, in its completely unupgraded form, it's not really all that impressive.
Seems like its ammo's going down really quickly. You only have one shot off of it at a time. It looks nice. It probably does some damage, but then since we can upgrade it, we're probably gonna want it.
Yeah.
Actually, it's like, what was the weapon in the first game? It kind of was like something like that.
I don't.
Was it the hyper arm? There's something. You know what I'm talking about, though, right? There was some weapon that was kind of like a side arm that does something similar to that. It was not the hyper shell. It was something different in the game. Now I'll have an edit below about what it might be if you don't remember it before we go through.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. There's something kind of like that, although this looks, based on what you're showing us, that it could be much more useful than that was even when we upgrade it. Keyword when we upgrade it. I take it that's what we're doing now.
Yeah. So, improve. To start, we're going to upgrade special. I need more Zenny.
Why do we want to do special first?
That upgrades the size of the explosion.
Okay.
But I need my machine gun arm to, go farm a bit more Zenny.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're going to also have that, I guess, when we go into the ruins, because the ruins are going to be a pretty substantial part. It's going to be probably the rest of the ruins.
Actually, while I'm thinking about it...
Pull the drill arm to go out there. Oh, right, also, yeah, for use later.
Yeah. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna go without the, that's actually a good idea. I'm gonna go with the drill arm.
Basically go into that ruins again and go past that wall we, got past yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish exploring that ruin.
Okay.
Because there's bound to be a few more Zenny deposits.
Yeah, I would think so, but is that I don't know what's down there. But I think that's the fun, and that's what got me into, when I played Mega Man Legends 1, what got my attention is the fact that, hey, I'm going down in these ruins, I can find things, like, hey, here's something, and it kind of was, it played to my explorative element as far as that being a fascination to me. I think you said you too, generally speaking. So in that case, that's kind of what I really liked about it. And I like the fact that this is still a part of this game, even if it is a bit different how they focus.
So yeah, now we're going to run to the little ruins.
Alright, so yeah, in this case also that's the also benefit there is like, fine, we have everything set now, so we go past the wall. It does look a bit bigger as far as like the way the drill is compared to the last game.
I'm going to go for the Mirox for the sake of getting some, for the sake of maximizing Zenny.
Okay.
Yeah, the drill arm, I do think the drill arm is a little bit better here.
Okay, actually, we mentioned that. You mentioned you kind of let the breadcrumb of that in the first game. You want to go into why on this one then now?
I mean, it's it just seems like I seem to remember being able to do just a little bit better with the drill arm if I have to use it in a fight than I ever could in Legends 1.
In Legends 1, it mostly just going through the walls and the ruins, yes?
Yeah. I mean, it was still a very powerful weapon if you could actually hit anything with it.
Right. This one looks like because it's bigger, you could hit something a little easier, a little.
It's still far from an optimal weapon. But,
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna get a bad luck case of not being able to see this thing.
Alright, give me Mirox.
Yeah, we're complaining about it now, so it needs to happen, right? Okay, good. Oh, as I said, that's what the Crusader 64 always says. Like, he always says, like, hey, what, is this gonna happen? And then it immediately does. He says, it's always a joke that it happens, but then it always ends up being right. So fine, that's how we make things work. We just complain about it enough, say that we want this, and then they give it to us. Oh, you get drilled to death?
Sure.
It's like, because they're not moving, that makes it good that way, but yeah, probably not hit the mirror immediately. Unless, I don't know, can they run into your drill? Oh, wait, what happened there? You saw he kind of bounced off. Did they bounce? Oh, you can run into them with the drill.
No, I'm not even using the drill.
No, what I'm saying is that you have it, but they're like bounced. You just ran into them.
I can run into them the same way they can run into me.
I didn't see that last time. So.
I did it a little bit in practice.
Okay. I was thinking, what's the difference between last time? Because when you ran into it, you just still got hurt.
I think they were in the middle of an attack.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure, like, hey, because you have it out, they run into the drill and get hurt. Which would be an interesting thing to have, you know?
Okay, is this actually... Yes, this is actually a thing.
12,000.
Oh, that's a nice lump.
Uh-huh.
And one nice thing about this...
It also gets rid of the shield.
Unfortunately, they still have a bad habit of...
setting Mega Man on fire.
At the same time, those other guys tend to be really good at dropping a lot of health.
Mm-hmm. So I guess it makes up for that as well. There you go, it's in good shape that way.
Okay, it is just the one that's near me. I think, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because we didn't go in here yet, did we? Yeah, probably smart because I'm seeing some of those shielded things in there.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, yeah, Mega Man, you won't feel the fire too much.
Like, the fire's a little annoying, but...
Especially, but now that you have more health, it's going to help because you're not going to be dying as quickly or getting hurt as badly as earlier on. There we go, so let's see what's in here.
Get Zenny.
So yes, if nothing else, it's also going to be paying for those upgrades you want to make. Oh. Yeah, now you just jolted to death.
Drill is not completely useless.
I think then you're kind of showing what it is that, yeah, it sounds like it has much more utility this time than it did in the first game.
I mean, it's still not a great weapon. You're better off using most of the other weapons in Legends 2 as a weapon.
Right.
But it's situationally useful.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah. It does look nice.
Like, it works particularly well against enemies that come toward you.
Okay.
With the intent of doing contact damage.
Right, I'm seeing, I get the sense this game has more enemies that do that than the first one. Compared to, I don't know, I mean, I'm thinking...
I actually think the first game has more of that.
I don't know, maybe you've had worse luck with some of the enemies that do that in this game, let's put it that way. But that being said, it seems like that's where it could be really useful, like those frogs, I get a sense of them coming into the drill and just dying.
But yeah,
Alright, so yeah, I guess you're getting ready for the next big challenge is going to be simply beat this ruin.
Yep.
Yeah, and it is a long one, so I think this is going to be pretty much the rest of the night.
Yep, this is definitely going to be the rest of the night.
So I think you gauged, I guess, pretty well about what it's going to be looking like.
And this is probably going to run over, as in relative to midnight.
Okay,
so
that's fine. Is it, yeah, as much as you gotta do, feel like you can do, go ahead. Because that's what happens with a couple stuffs. Like, hey, if you want to go further, go further.
Upgrading that, I mean, it's manageable, and it is fantastic when Special is fully upgraded.
Right.
But, 2 upgrades on Special is still plenty.
Okay.
You'll see why.
Alright.
There is no rapid. Like, you only get the 1 shot per charge.
Sure.
I think from here... yeah, attack power is next.
Okay.
This is gonna take a bit more grinding.
I don't know, do we want to do it now, or is it necessary for now, or what do you want to do with that?
Well, Hypershell is very good in the next ruin.
Okay, I don't know, maybe there's parts of that ruin you want to go into and then get it there and then come out. However you want to do it.
Well, the deeper I go there, the harder it is to get back out.
Okay.
So it's considerable. Like I can make do with the machine gun arm, I don't want to just use the I don't want to. Well, actually, no. I I do want to go in there with the drill arm for at least some of the stuff.
Okay.
There's a lot of walls to knock down.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, your choice how you want to handle it then.
So yeah, I guess I'll go in with drill arm first, come back up, come back up once I've cleared all the breakable walls, and then go back down with hyper shell.
Okay, sounds good.
I hope this works.
You're thinking it might not? You think you might not get enough Zenny off of it?
I'm a little concerned. I would love to have 2 attack upgrades, and, actually, I would love to have 2 attack upgrades, at least 1 range upgrade, 2 energy upgrades would be fantastic.
How much is the range?
Range is
Something you can afford.
I mean, I can technically get that right now.
Okay.
But, this is not a cheap weapon to upgrade.
Yeah, you're mentioning.
I mean, when compared to some of the late game heavy hitters, it's actually quite cheap, but, that's a very relative thing.
Yeah, absolutely, I got it. Hence why a good amount of that is going to be off screen, I think.
Yeah.
Even more so than what we had.
Yeah. Let's see, hang on. What is my current weapon? I think I still have the drill.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Alright, let's get going. Also, I don't know if I said this, but I just realized that I was like, hey, because Dana was just inside, but then he teleports out the minute you come out. So I do like that idea.
It is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you did say at the end of the last game he'll be there for you any point, so like, that's probably what he meant.
I mean, clearly Data teleports.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, that might be. I mean, that might be right as far as, for all I know, where the story's going. She might actually be telling the truth. That way.
Teleportation is known to exist in the Mega Man universe.
True.
So.
Okay. So all right, yeah, settled. I'm down with that.
So Data teleports.
All right.
I mean, at least that's my theory.
It makes sense because I was saying that he has to change that. So all right. So all right, let's take a look at the Nino ruins. Yes. Down the hole we go.
Okay. Actually, let's map this place out. It looks cool.
And also just take in the majesty of this place.
Yeah.
Which you did sort of see as far as the intro cutscene when we played on part 1. We get to see more of it now.
Yeah, and I love the design of these doors.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
They are, I think, the coolest looking doors in the game. I know that's maybe a bit of a weird thing to say, but
not really.
I really like them.
It gives the style. I guess we can go into this as well, because I know that the question of how the ruins kind of came to be, and they kind of, in a lot of ways, tell a story. Kind of like the first one sort of did this, but it sounds like this one's kind of enhancing that, especially something like this. Like, what's this about, really?
Yeah. Also, my favorite music in the game is coming up.
All right, let's have a listen. We'll get down there. Yeah, it's really, really good. Yeah, tell us why this music is awesome in particular.
I just have a lot of fond memories going through this place, and the overall tone of this music is fantastic too.
I guess that it gives you what, the idea of, I would say maybe the thought of like, hey, the exploration element, but also the idea that it's a little sinister, kind of.
Yeah, like
maybe.
I like the like you just have this sense of just this big cavernous place.
Mm-hmm.
And like cavernous, mysterious. You get what I'm saying?
Well, right. Also, the thing with the door. So the door is not a the door's not a specifically weird thing to say, because, like, hey, it all tells the tale of what is this room looking like. Well, what about on the walls, the idea that those little red little dots there, perhaps, what that might mean. Or you're saying the background of the Reaper bots, like that history, which I guess we're going to get into more as the game goes. I say, yeah, just run into your drill. I love your time that also you killed that one that exploded right as Alan was dying.
I actually manually adjusted my target.
Okay. So the one was blowing up and then you went to the other one and blew up right at the same time.
I love this place.
Oh yeah.
So much.
It looks great. I mean, would you say then this is your favorite ruins in the game?
But it's too hot for you to
Almost
jump.
certainly.
Look
Okay.
around. See if
Almost
there's anything
certainly.
you could climb on.
Because I think we did get into sort of a talk about that last time. And so, yeah, in this case, now that we're at the one of yours, yeah, feel free to have at it.
Okay. Here's wall number 1.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, this place is huge, from what you were telling me. I think it's showing me, too. Also, those gates there, actually, that's great. I kind of just love the look of that. How it's kind of contrasting with the blue of that area there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is actually maybe some sort of trapped room. Yeah, look
the button.
Look at that button in the floor.
Maybe a callback to the first game, because the first game had it on one of that too.
Almost certainly. There's some Zenny. Let's trip it.
I was gonna say, yeah, who wouldn't? Okay, fine, it is exactly like the original game, because that's exactly what happened in the first game. The idea that the mirror music came out from the ceiling. Let's dive.
Are you alright, Mega Man?
Yeah, Mega Man's done this before, so yeah, he's got no issue with this.
Yeah, you saw me just ducking all over the place.
Uh-huh. Actually, did she?
Oh, no, not roll.
I was
You
gonna
did.
say, yeah. I was saying, yeah, it's only audio, usually, with that. So I was like, wait a second, I just want to make sure that's still a factor. So I can imagine that being an interesting idea as far as that. Okay, there's more mechanic notes. Contain detailed notes of machinery.
Now we get to continue with our
That step's
dungeon.
really high. Too high for you to jump.
I'm just gonna
If there
map
was
this
something
corner.
around there you could stand on, maybe.
Actually, wait, one thing I want to go back to that. It was saying that, hey, she doesn't see it on video. But hold on, how does she know that there's a step there? That I guess she mapped it out, right? Isn't that the idea?
She's our spotter, so she kind of has to, yeah, she must have some way of at least seeing the general layout.
Okay, or maybe she's read a lot of
And,
books of the idea of what it's looking like.
No, I think she actually like, she is able to give us some information in real time.
Okay.
So... so I think it's, there's gotta be something.
Okay.
Alright.
It looks like the floor beneath you is filled with water.
That happened awfully fast.
Okay, yeah. Alright, so yeah, we get into water, so you want to talk about this.
Alright, so the jet skates we've got on, we need to change those. Hydrojets are jet skates for underwater.
Okay.
So, nothing terribly special there.
The look is nice, and we'll get into the look in just a second. There's something subtle, but I really like kind of what we saw in the look. Well, a couple of subtle things. One, it's colored a little differently as far as the back. Two, it has like a little bit of a jet on the bottom, more than different than the wheels on the jet skates. And also, when she doesn't jump,
Maybe
she's a
something's
little
changed now that this area is filled with water. Since things are lighter in water, you can pick up things you weren't able to before.
Yeah, right there. There's kind of a... There's a little bit of texture on the bottom of the soles you're seeing there. I saw there a second ago. Also a little bit of a pointy part on the front of it. It almost has a look of almost like maybe flippers or gills or something like that. As far as it's a little thing, yes, but it's something that, I don't know, it kind of adds to, you mentioned, the flavor of this. And the idea that, okay, it could just be just like the jet boots, but they do kind of differentiate it. And actually, there's also another set of boots she didn't get that I got for my off-screen thing, which is basically how I mapped out that the Nanda ruins as far as the electric floors. But yeah, they kind of have that. So, and I like games that do that. Honestly, the idea that you have equipment and you put them on yourself and it does change the look of your character, so it almost makes it seem like, yeah, you have a lot of options for what to. Okay, look at that. Okay, I like how you have that pushed into the. Okay, no, it's on the side, sort of. But fine, it's an optical illusion because it doesn't look like from the front it is. But yeah, I was gonna say the idea that you have like armor pieces and things, and sometimes you have some RPGs and things like this too, where it does change the appearance of your character, and it is pretty neat. And actually, no, think about it. I mean, a lot of the stuff Keiji Inafune made for Capcom did this. The Mega Man games do that. Dead Rising does that as well, to the point where, and it does affect the in-game engine model. So like, hey, when you're in cutscenes, you can have the Cerbot helmets from this game on Frank West in that, or have like the Mega Man X setup as far as like having the Buster and all that in the cutscenes. So it does change the appearance. Or some other RPGs and things, like I know Knights of the Republic does this, where basically if you have all your clothes off, you basically just have underwear.
Oh,
that specific. Uh-oh. I was like, yeah, run in the drill. There you go. I was like, yeah, that could have been way worse if we didn't have the drill. But yeah, just stick it out and like, yeah, there you go, they're dead.
I would have approached that Reaver bot completely differently, but yeah, the drill arm is actually my weapon of choice against them when I don't have the hyper shell.
Okay.
And as I've already shown, it's also useful against those low-lying round ones that charge at you.
Yeah, definitely so.
I forget what those are called, but
There'll be a note down below of what they're called. And you're seeing because you're in the water, it's going slower, and that's a point of discussion too, I think.
yeah. I actually really like the way this game handles water physics.
Yeah, what I've seen, I kind of get it too. You want to go into why?
Yeah, I mean, I like the weight that it has.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't just, to me, it doesn't just feel like slowed movement.
Okay. Maybe I guess that's the criticism sometimes when it comes to water areas in other games. I don't know how this game tends to be looked at that way. I don't know if people say that they like this or not specifically.
I mean, the hydrojets definitely help.
Sure.
But maybe not quite as much as you'd think.
Yeah, so maybe that goes to what you're saying, the idea that, hey, it does feel like I'm in water, yeah, you can mitigate it a little bit, and then maybe there's a reason why it shouldn't be 100%, you know? Yeah, fortunately he landed on you.
Yeah, that wasn't cool. And these guys don't usually drop much health.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit, but...
Although, actually, that goes back to you saying in the water, because, yeah, when you were out of the water, they basically just go up straight in the air.
Yeah.
But in this case, they come forward, so that's why it happens.
Yeah, the physics change completely.
So, yeah, you are underwater. You're looking at this, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, that one hit you and died as it did, so I was like, fine, I'm going out, but, that's not idea. I went out in a blaze of glory. I also like the effects under the water. Even the idea that, also looking at the thing with the the hydrojet, the fact that the bubbles are coming out of the holes with lava. Particularly as you're running, it's doing it. Which is a really nice effect. It looks beautiful.
So we are going to ignore this block.
Alright.
Although I am going to map this real quick.
Okay.
Because I must map everything.
Yeah. I guess in that case, are you eventually going to go back and map that part of the Nanda ruins?
Yeah.
It's like, we'll do that eventually. Like, that'll come later. Well, okay, wait a minute, because they did launch forward with the drill, but not with the buster.
Yeah, I don't quite get it myself.
Okay.
But, although actually it reacted like that, but it reacted like it did against the drill because it was in the process of charging.
Okay, so maybe that's what it is. So it is based upon the physics of the enemy, which is a great attention to detail. It's something subtle, do you think, that would you necessarily notice it, or would it really make much of a difference, but it does. But it is still moving a little bit ahead when you use the buster, kind of. I think you're right, that's exactly the answer. It was charging more because it was going faster, the weight of that carried it forward more. And now it's not going as fast, going forward a little bit, but not massively.
Alright, now I can take my time dealing with each of these guys.
I'm trying to remember, did they flip back onto their under their feet on the first game or not?
In the first game, I believe they did.
Okay, because I was trying to remember that. I don't think I remember that happening before. They probably, yeah, changed for the better, I guess, with this one. You right about that?
Yeah. Like, once they're on their back in this game, they cannot get back up.
Yeah, yeah, I'm falling and I can't get up.
Yep, they're just kind of like, help, please.
I like that, actually, really good.
My answer? No.
Yeah, okay. Is that a nod to something specific or just generally?
I'm just being silly.
I'm just trying to remember, because, like, hey, if it is a nod to something and I'm not aware of it, I'm always curious to see that. Yeah, because look at Mega Man, he's just much more determined than ever, so it's like, fine, the time for mercy's over. Actually, fine, I'll go back to this, because like we said this last time, saying, why is Mega Man not reacting a lot to what was happening around him for last time, but now that he is this time, I wonder if, and we'll find this out eventually, I'll find this out eventually, this is the reason, if maybe it's because all these things are happening, or maybe he's becoming more hardened, and then going back to the element of the first game, what is Mega Man's destiny, as far as Mega Man Trigger. Oh wow, 20,000, damn.
20K? just lying right there.
So yeah, running the drill arm here was, yeah, a really good idea. Yeah, it looked like, okay, it was almost on the button. Okay, now it is. I guess if you walk into that, you just can't progress or pushes you around.
I forget. I just always put the thing on the button.
Okay.
I just know you can't pass it without the... Or at least I'm pretty sure you can't pass it.
Okay. The other thing to go into this dungeon, or this ruins, I really like is that even more than what we saw in what we saw last time, I get the sense that the way the color palette's going, it kind of seems like it's getting a little darker and darker as you go along, like under the water this way. I think how it's kind of contrasting, I think it looks really nice. Well, then again, it's like as we've been doing stuff, preparing for the show and other things as well. Yeah, he's just coming to your arm again, so there you go, he's gone. I've noticed a lot of the stuff I've been looking at has been interesting cases of the way it's been running stuff with color. Because I know one of the games you were going to, and we'll see if we can, or how we can make this game operate, is Star Wars Race Revenge on PlayStation 2, which is by Rainbow Studios, who made Splashdown, so already I'm like, yeah, this looks really good. That's another one that's doing stuff with color really interesting, and also, I guess, with the atmosphere it's trying to create. Now it kind of varies it up really nicely. You want to go into stuff with that, too.
Yeah.
Because we've got a lot of stuff in this room to go to. But you might hear another drill point.
Oh, I forgot to map that little bit at the center of the screen.
Okay, well, I guess we have to come back this way, most likely.
Wow, this is a long tunnel hidden behind that wall.
Okay.
Like, the first, for this tunnel, the first wall that I broke, is the one that's right below the top of the map right now.
Okay.
So, I then went down here, up here, and I am currently right here.
Okay, there you go, so look at that, the topography of that. Something in here, so let's see. Yeah, just we thought it was safe to go back to the water. Okay, fine. That's not as fearful as we thought. I don't think we see the gators from the first game. But here or anywhere else.
I'm showing 3 beaver bots nearby. They're big ones too. Be careful.
Okay, this is actually getting to one point you were saying as far as like avoiding shots.
Hold up.
Wait, is it?
This means I took this means I took an alternate path.
Okay. Which I think.
Huh. Or maybe.
So wait, maybe that's. Okay, we'll find out.
Oh wait. I think I know what's going on.
What's that?
I think this actually is a different section, I think.
Okay.
I do remember there being an alternate set of 3 bosses around here somewhere.
Okay. Actually, they do look very ghost-like, and like in the mouth and like translucent. Now it seems to be holding good shots underwater.
Unfortunately, unlike in practice, I don't have my machine gun on right now. So, whoop.
I know I just ran into you. You did avoid the shot, I think.
That is the green one.
Either they almost swapped on the road because they kind of crowded the same area.
Yeah, of course, I am just circle strafing to win.
Yeah, and it sounds like with the first game, that's a viable way of playing. And also, if nothing else, you're basically mapping the room out as you fight them. You also do have the slow way you're getting away from those bullets, like, yeah, or the energy bolts. Like, yeah, just keep going, they won't hit you. They'll disappear eventually, maybe. Oh, wait, okay, yeah, they will. Fine, that's the reverse of what we had with the mirror region popping the resistance. You just pop out of the resistance eventually. Because it's going slower, you're able to realize that.
I do remember there being 2 sets of these in these rooms.
But this roll give you the voice and everything you can see the other one?
I believe so.
Well, we'll find out, because I guess we're going to be hitting all of them.
Oh.
Wait, who's that? Like a bomb it drops?
Must have been.
Oh yeah, you're right, it just drops off. Remember, there's that charge that it drops from behind it as well. Oh, it dropped like another little one, oh, a little squid or something. Okay, there we go, but then explosive. Actually, wait, that, I get, oh fine, either you kill the other ones too quickly off, as far as the off-screen stuff, or they only do them underwater this way. I'm not sure which.
I'm going to try something the next time I charge it.
Really?
Look at that.
Yeah, that went pretty well.
You saw how much of the health bar it just
yeah, it was awesome, yeah. Yeah, let's come in the drill, please.
The damage here is pretty negligible.
Yeah, you're fine.
What looks like a key, Mega Man. Do you see it?
There you go. Actually, wait, you probably you have to get this because you gotta get these water keys to go through this. Is that right? some of them optional, perhaps.
I'm not entirely sure. Like, in order for me to be sure of where I am, I need to retrace my steps backwards. So.
Okay.
I think I simply took an alternate route.
Alright, well, we'll find out soon enough, I think.
Game.
Okay, so, oh, there you go. So fine, it's not the PS2's difference, so alright, we rolled that out. It's happening on yours along with mine. So next thing to figure out is if it's the disc or if it's the game itself. By the time I edit this next week, I should have an answer.
No, wait. That's not... that is forward, but I want to go back and, figure out what I'm
Also, what's behind the other door?
Yeah. Okay, so it's... So it's just the long way around this.
Okay.
So it actually didn't save me any time. Alright, now we zip across here.
Let's see what's next up. You do get, as going back to what we were saying as far as this dungeon or this ruins, you do get the sense of scale of it, for sure.
Yeah.
Like there's so much here to find.
Those fish reader bots really drop enough health that, it's just not a big deal to get mobbed by them. It's annoying, and that's about it.
It seems like they were still dying pretty quickly regardless.
Yeah, they still die really fast, and, like, they still die really fast, and, what am I trying to say? And, they still die really fast and, drop a ton of health. Like, more than you need.
Right.
I had to map that.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I first thought were you doing that specifically? It was like, yeah, she'll come back to it.
Also, I love how underwater momentum is relative to, is done relative to the camera and not relative to the environment.
Okay, how? Yeah, go into that more.
So, I'll go back in here for a sec.
Okay.
And jump back down from, come up here, and then I'll jump back down. So if I jump forward and then change the camera angle,
Yeah.
I'm now all the way over here. I
Okay.
should have landed over there.
So basically, how it's playing with perspective.
Yeah. So your forward momentum when jumping underwater is timed entirely to your camera and not to the surrounding environment.
That's interesting. I can't really think of other games that do that. There's not a
I
ton
think
of
it's
that.
an interesting take.
No, yeah, it is, absolutely. It's cool to see that as we see another drill area.
Yep. Also, if I sometimes start doing a bit of a repeated lock-on thing, I'm just checking to see if there's any other enemies in the area.
Sure. And they do pick up behind walls, one of those, so yeah,
Yeah.
that's that.
So it's just a way of figuring out what's in the area.
Yeah, basically orienting yourself.
That sounds like equipment.
Now there's something nice and useful.
Oh yeah. So this is just a straight upgrade.
Awesome, because then it also increases your attack,
Yeah,
which you
this
already
is
had.
what I
also.
had. This is what I had before.
And now this also has rapid.
And now
as
I
well.
have another now I have another point of rapid. This
Perfect.
is fantastic.
Awesome.
So,
Yeah, this is why you want to bring the drill arm here, clearly.
yeah.
Well, I see what you're saying as far as the thing with the camera again, so actually now that I'm noticing that, you're right, that actually thing was really, really cool.
Yeah. So I actually use camera controls a lot in these ruins because of how they interact with jumping momentum.
Which is different because the original game didn't have a right analog stick control to it.
Right.
We're going deeper and deeper in. I love how we're kind of soaking in this atmosphere as well, because yeah, it is long, but I do think that it kind of adds to what you said about what makes it so appealing.
Yeah, this area just has a certain... I'm not sure if this is quite the word, but this area just has a certain gravitas to it.
I would say that. No, that's a good word to put it, I think, because you're right. The weight for this, kind of the atmosphere it creates, I would say, yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, there you go. We definitely we go that element for sure. Yeah. In fact, I don't know if we've actually used the word gravitas in this program before, or if we have, I don't remember when we've done it. So there you go. I mean, yeah, good way to put that. you know? Sometimes they say your first instinct might be the right one. Sometimes you're like, hey, it just kind of feels right to that. You're like, yeah, you know? Agreed. So nothing else, yeah, this is definitely Nocturne's ode to Nina Ruins and why she loves it so much, and I get it.
It looks like there's a door to another room high on the wall there, too. Do you see anything to stand on?
Yeah, this probably.
Is this the room? I think it is. No, it's not.
That was actually a pretty nice thing you did as far as being able to kind of spiral over there, grab onto that, and then map that room out in the air.
Game, don't do this to me.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on. Because, okay, I'm glad it's doing that, because maybe it is the game, because you saw that, right? The clock was still going.
Yeah,
So maybe it is the game.
It doesn't worry me too much as long as the background is still scrolling.
Okay.
It's when the background freezes that I actually start worrying.
Okay.
So let's.
This is actually kind of a unique way to map the room out. It's working really well.
Whoop. Did not mean to dodge there.
Well, either way, you made a nice return from that. And also, I guess that also goes to one thing, which is that how are the dungeons mapped out? They're only mapped out by level. So since you're on basement floor. Actually, this is the most I've seen you do that at any point in this or the other game, but also I was thinking, like, hey, if you're doing that on purpose, the idea, like, go left and right just to go down in a really stylistic way. Stylish way, I should say.
Okay. I just have that one corner.
Yeah, so basically, mapping out the room, it's only going to be... It's not covering every single level of this, which I guess is probably a nice thing.
I'm just gonna jump down to this one.
Okay.
And I still have my momentum. I'm just going into a wall. And now for something that I haven't shown yet.
Alright, what was that?
Well, first off, okay, I see what's going on. There's some of those, okay, so... I screwed up. Yeah. No, I can't
Almost.
quite jump up there. I guess I have technically shown this.
What, the dash thingy?
Yeah, the dash, the underwater dash jumping.
Which is...
This.
Okay, yeah, you basically use the hydrojet, or hydrojet?
Yeah, hydrojets.
Yeah, use that, and when you're at the edge of a platform, jump at the end of it, you can go further to jump in the water.
Yeah, it helps to push forward on the D-pad, or left stick.
Alright.
Because that gives you a bit of extra speed.
Alright. And a little extra money for your pockets, too. it did map out that area, so I think that worked out well.
I think the next thing to map out. Yeah.
Is in there?
Yeah. It's it's through the store right here.
It's also nice attention to detail, those things in the water. They usually shoot fire, but as we've seen earlier, I guess we'll see this in just a second, again. Let's drill them. Okay, yeah, the red bubble there. Yeah, they usually shoot fire, but yeah, in the water it's not working. So let's shoot that, and then you don't get burned. Yeah, you can't get burned in the water. You can't get, well, let me rephrase that. You can't get burned as far as this game with its status.
Alright.
So actually, even mapping out and getting a bunch of stuff in this dungeon as it is just the drill arm.
Oh yeah, the drill arm is required to get most of this stuff.
Uh-huh. I mean, you've also covered a large amount of it, because it's like, hey, I'll leave or something, but I'm looking at this and saying, yeah, actually, you've covered a good amount of this.
Yeah. I just seem to recall the hypershell making quick work of the boss, of the main ruin boss.
Okay.
But the drill arm is great against Claymore.
Yeah, so you do have a choice that way how you want to run it.
The problem is you still need to get close to Claymore.
Sure.
And hypershell will let you stand back a bit.
I don't know how deadly he is in this. Yeah, because we are going to see him apparently now.
No, I do not want to drain the water.
Probably because we need it for the other area.
Well, we need it to progress, and there's not really any reason to drain it.
Okay. Is it just there's no reason to drain it here, or just no reason to drain
There's just
period?
not really any reason to drain it.
Uh-huh. Because usually I think, correct me if I'm wrong.
Hi.
Okay, at least the other one blew up at the same time, so yeah, you only got hurt by one. But I was going to say that as far as, draining the water, it seems like here, at least in this area, there's like, yeah, usually from what you're showing me, you have to have the water here in order to make some of those jumps, including the ones where you stack the blocks over that wall.
Yeah.
But for this, it's already there, so you can kind of sort of bypass it. I think. Am I understanding right?
Well, like, I'm just, I'm actually not quite sure what I was going to say. Stop rolling.
Yeah, it's Roll's job. Also, maybe the reason it's happening here is because you're kind of going slower that way.
It's because I'm effectively rushing my button inputs a bit.
Okay.
Oh, right. Now we kind of have the map like you would in unexplored areas of a Zelda dungeon where you've uncovered the map.
Right, because that's where you hit that button basically to download the map data.
Yep.
Yeah, that works great. Like, you're getting tons of use out of the drill arm just because we're here and we have these things all over the place.
This particular set of ruins is basically a drill arm showcase if you choose to bring it with you.
Okay.
But there aren't many other places in the game where it's actually worth using much as a weapon.
So yeah, this will be our ode to the drill arm. So it's going to be like Rammus for Lunar again. It's like, fine, having his showcase for the one part, in this case the drill arm having its showcase, and then next time probably going to be on. So we do love the drill arm.
Unlike Rammus, the drill arm is actually incredibly powerful. It's just...
Well, no, Rammus was powerful the way we handled him, so like that, fine, Proto saying was no, he's not, but I mean, as I said, here's my thought on that, is that he heard us through the television, so like, fine, remember, the story arc of Rammus is that, hey, his father disapproves of him, so like, no, you have to do this. It was like, fine, he heard everybody saying this, like, I'm gonna show everybody, and then he became the hero. More than even we thought. It's like, yeah, he's gonna be not out of much use. Even Proto was saying that. It was like, fine, no, it's like, no, he's gonna prove us wrong. And then now we're never gonna be able to not play Lunar and not think, or we're not going to ever be able to play that game and not think of that. And I love that.
I'm just waiting to land and get that corner.
Yeah, I was just gonna see that when you were landing, I said, are you gonna go over that little barrier so we can get to range booster alpha?
I'm just checking to see what its actual boost is.
4.
That's
good.
That's substantial. And with the Power Blaster, I think it's actually worth dropping the accessory pack for that range.
Okay.
But,
yeah, just put power is there. Was it?
Power Blaster.
There we go.
It means there might be a bit of a break in the rapid fire.
Sure.
But, actually, I'll give that a quick test.
I would say.
Oh no, there's no break in the, yeah, this is good.
Okay, yeah. It's definitely worth coming this way for it. Enjoying the fish here as well, so you do get that sense of like, almost like an aquarium almost.
Yeah.
Oh, you again. Yeah, it's time to get the drill arm out.
What?
Okay, he sort of hit us, was like, fine, he went down doing that.
Okay, so search, yeah, I'm just gonna go straight and then it'll take me to the one.
Awesome, okay. Yeah, the range is really nicely. Well, because it's a 4-point buff, so yeah. Actually, I didn't see him. It looks like he blended in with the door.
And here's the spot.
There's a door really high up on the wall, Mega Man, just above where you came in. It's so high, you won't even be able to climb up there. So,
Say a little late for that roll.
You basically just you basically just go for it for that.
You get the sower.
I'm still not sure what that does.
I'm gonna find out now what it does because I want to know. Also, the other benefit of not playing the game is like, fine, I can look this up. Alright, so what is this? It's sower, but everything I'm seeing is calling it. Is that right? Okay, now I found it. As far as what it was, so. The sower is...
I never would have thought there'd be a place like this here.
It is something used with the spread fire notes to make the spread buster. Because as soon as you find the spread fire notes, you get that. And you can be showing off all the weapons anyway. That's
I've got an idea. Why don't you try jumping on that Reaverbot's back?
I mean, now we're kind of getting towards the bottom of this. Actually, I don't know. Is this close to where the boss is?
We're pretty close.
Okay.
You see the large pillar in the middle of that area? On my scanner,
but...
I can see what looks like a key on top of it. Can you see it?
Okay, glad we got to show that because I don't know, we want to talk about, well, so we saw as far as the test play.
Yeah, I forgot that those fish can actually hurt you.
Which I surprised by, because I said, hey, you see Mega Man 1 with the animals, but then again, I don't know, it's like the dogs in the old town, or the old city in the first game. Like, fine, he's good with the one dog, he's good with Paprika, but then again, as far as everything else, like, no, that was, yeah, the fish are gonna hurt. Actually, when it happened off screen, it looked like you hit an invisible wall. It was like, no, you didn't hit that.
Except an invisible wall wouldn't have hurt me.
Yeah, I guess so. I was like, remember, you're also coming from a perspective of someone who never played this game before, so like, I don't know if that was something that this game would do, but then again, I probably would have known it by now. Knowing how big you are in Mega Man, that probably would have been a discussion point. When it's like, hey, we're going to do this game, you probably was like, God, I hate the fact this invisible walls are hurting or something, I don't know. But since it doesn't, that's a good case.
Yeah.
Well, then again, the fish are kind of just swimming around aimlessly.
Yeah, like as far as I can tell, they don't.
That thing.
They don't pursue me.
Right.
And the big swimming Reaverbot won't actually attack me unless I attack it first, and I still have to attack it for a good long while. So it's actually, in a lot of ways, it's actually video game cruelty potential.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm also thinking, considering waterlogged stuff, Bioshock, because in Bioshock you have the Big Daddies. They don't do anything to you if you don't hurt them. As soon as they do, fine. They have the drill arm too, and that drill arm literally goes in your head, and there's bloody, results when that happens in that game because they're rocket launcher ready without no question. But as long as you don't do anything to them, that's fine. I think I said at some point I want to do that game, but I know there's licensed content to that to a certain degree because it uses Beyond the Sea by Bobby Darin on the soundtrack. So it's like, I gotta figure what that's gonna be specifically. Same if we ever do like Fallout 3 or something.
Right. I'm just mapping out the last bits of this room.
Okay.
Okay, there you are.
Fine, I guess that's done now, so show the cruelty.
No,
Again, not
no,
it.
it's actually used as a platform.
Okay, which is what Roll's saying, so like in that case you don't want to hurt it.
Right.
Okay.
You basically have to reset the room if you piss it off.
And it doesn't include hitting it. Okay, so yeah, you don't get hurt if you touch it, just doing this.
Now, I do need to actually land on the thing.
Okay, we'll get that. I was like, wait a second, you're gonna land on that, right?
Yeah, this thing...
You're going up
I
there.
believe this thing does actually have a name.
Okay, it'll also be below if I can find it.
I don't remember what it is, but I think it does have a name.
We'll go on a set path as far as how its movement is.
I can't remember whether it's a set path or whether... I think it is a set path. Possibly slightly RNG.
Okay.
But...
Yeah, Mega Man does have good balance in this thing, it's tilting that way. At first it's like, you're not gonna slip off, are you? It was like, no, Mega Man is set with this.
Nope.
Is it just that one tower in here?
Hold up, let me, get back on the robot fish.
Okay, fine, okay, it can hurt you in front of its mouth.
Like, but it won't actively pursue you unless you, actively attack it first.
There you go.
I think there's a couple of chests in here.
20,000.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like there's 3 towers. Actually, you know, can you do like that dash thing to get over there?
And that's what I'm going to attempt.
Okay. Yeah, you can. Well, you can. You did it.
Yeah, sort of.
There's nothing on there, at least.
Okay.
Then just the other ones on the other side.
Where did you go, Reefer Bob friend? There you are. There you are, friend.
Actually, even like the eyes, I kind of get that sense it does look like something very friendly now I'm thinking about it.
Like, it is a Reaper Bot friend.
Uh-huh. And it said with eyes like that, it did accidentally hit you in front of the, when you hit in the front. It was like, well,
Yeah.
and there. It was like, yeah, we can't stay mad at it for too long.
Well, it's
no.
kind of like, I see it more as how say a whale shark is still not exactly a safe animal to be around, but that's mainly because it's just its sheer size makes it a bit more dangerous to be around.
Sure.
I'm going to try to
make that jump over to the one on the right.
yeah, I need to line myself up very carefully. And I actually, at this distance, I don't think it's gonna work.
Okay. As long as we can see, if nothing else, maybe there's a chest there.
Oh, I know for a fact that
Oh,
there's
you're
a
right.
chest
Oh,
there.
oh, got it. Good job.
It was a ledge grab, but yes.
Yeah, that'll go in the, when I get ready to this eventually, the Great Gaming Feats.
And I would not be able to do that without having this map view.
Sure. Well, because you have, yeah, 'cause you have to see like where you're going to be jumping to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea that you're almost like going out of bounds. I know, you'll be fine. Just go down there and make some. Nice. So Dolphin's impressed by the skill. I know, I get that as well. Like, that's going in the gaming feats video that I'll do at some point. I'll try and see if I can't do something like that by the end of the year and cover a bunch of stuff. Alright, basement 5. This is where bosses are. Yes. Alright, there's data. Okay, awesome.
Alright, there's my monkey. Map this out.
And say hi. Hi, old friend.
Actually. Okay.
What are you thinking?
I was just thinking about stuff.
Okay. There you go, good job. Alright, so yeah, in there is where the boss is.
It looks like the key is in the room at the end of this passageway.
Alright, we'll see what's down this hall. Yeah, I was just reaching over, I didn't know if there's a cutscene here. There it is.
Map.
And we got the key, so, yeah. Good job. The second key. There we go.
You did it! You got the second key! Good work, Mega Man!
Yeah, very good work, Nocturne. But...
I don't believe it. Bola lost to a little punk like you? Ha! If you think I'm a pushover like Bola, you've got another thing coming to you. I work for a living. I don't hold back, ever. Not even if I have to fight a little kid like you. You're not getting past me. Not as long as you have that key. If you aren't going to hand it over nicely, I'll just have to take it from you.
So there is Claymore. I like that deep voice you had there. Like, seemed like really, you know, intimidating until you do that. He's fucking dead. Good job.
Not bad for a kid. You're not such a pushover. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. You wait. I'll be back.
Yeah, you were saying, because you killed him so quickly?
Yeah, like I said, he is, a pushover.
Yeah, also, as we were mentioning last time, Lecter said this, or either he said this, you both said this, that Bola and Claymore reminded you of Bit and Byte from Mega Man X3, which would be a great attention to detail if they meant that, because of the fact that, hey, the drill arm is what Bola's weak to. I guess he is weak to that, it just like kills him really quick. And the Tornado Fang is the weakness of Byte in Mega Man X3, so there you go. Good job taking Bola down. Oh no, not Bola. We took care of him last month. Taking care of Claymore. But I do love he's like, I haven't enjoyed something like that in a long time. It's like, yeah, that was like, what, 5 seconds. You killed him faster than I killed Odawa in Majora's Mask, which is amazing. At least I think so. I'm gonna have to do like a time of that. Fine, time of that the second time I killed Odawa, because that was 8 seconds. But I think that was less than 8 seconds, I think. If that's wrong, I'll say no, it's not, because like, fine, that is your Odawa now, specifically. So basically, anytime you kill something quickly, I guess you Claymore them, specifically. Actually, wait, here's the other question. I guess since you beat this, now the entire place is drained out.
I don't remember.
Okay. I think was this one of the doors you came through, or no? Oh yeah, it had to. But this is in the water. This is Basin 4, right?
Hold up. That's a bit of a scary room to.
Yeah, okay, you must have, because yeah, look, they're like bouncing around like that. Yeah, you had to, because like most of them were flooded, so alright, fine, the water went down. Fine, if nothing else, it makes up for the fact that, fine, you killed Claymore so fast, like, fine, it'll just take a little longer to get out of here. That even still, it's like, hey, you said, like, hey, we're not gonna get to 5 hours on this thing, or it could be going over. Like, so far, no, it's not. Yeah, I think showing you specifically why you love this dungeon so much, handling it really well.
I seriously love this place.
Yeah, and showing why, telling why, and I think everybody's seen it, and, can understand exactly why. I guess the question is going to be like, yeah, what did we not map out? Yeah, okay, fine. That one corner.
That one corner, I kind of...
The center room, which now we can go back to.
Yeah.
And then that was that elevator there.
Although those... Well, it wouldn't be difficult to just branch off there and then... Yeah, I think that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ignore that for now. That bit in the center right now.
But you'll probably come back eventually, yes?
Oh, I'm just gonna ignore it.
Okay. You're not gonna map that?
Like, it's not... It's completely unimportant.
Even to map out?
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of gonna leave it there as a... It's just not important at all.
Okay. I'm surprised that there's the area you don't want to map out, but fair enough, I get it.
Yeah, I actually deliberately skipped it on the way down.
Okay, and that's because there's no reason to hit it?
Basically.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I like that you landed on that. That was amazing. I loved seeing that. Yeah, watch your step.
Also, landing on that thing did more damage to me than,
Walking into it?
Yeah. Well, landing on that thing did more damage than it can do to me, normally.
Yeah, there we go. So we saw him swimming around, but now we also see him down on the ground, so now we're gonna die.
Fish.
It is nice also after you did this, since everything drained out. It's like, yeah, you now just kind of just walking through, you know, doing the cleanup of everything.
Yep, this is the room.
Okay. Let's run into our drill. Yeah, that's it. The only other thing was just, I guess, I don't know, you just snake your way backwards, going the other way.
I'll hit that as soon as I go through here.
Okay.
But,
Yes, let them be.
Okay, so I actually was technically going the right direction there.
Yeah. You know, as I said, it's also a lot of soaking in. I gotta tell you, I love this dungeon just what I'm seeing, just because of just how much we're soaking it in. And it does feel like it's that kind of thing. It doesn't feel like it's necessarily dragged, even though it's slow, which is kind of an impressive thing, you know?
Yeah, like, it's slow, but you feel it in a sense that works really well.
Yeah, and that's not always an easy thing to do. The idea like, hey, if it's too slow, is it going to be something that you're going to have a problem with it? But I think for this, no. I'll say this, I'm looking forward to doing this for my off-screen stuff myself, to see that, okay, what you go through and getting that feel myself.
I think you're going to enjoy this dungeon for going through it yourself.
Yeah, I think so too. In that case, I do like that as well. So, like, okay, fine, I'm seeing it fresh in front of me now, as far as what you're playing, and then I get to do it myself as well.
Yeah. I think it's a really interesting take on a water dungeon.
Yeah, and sometimes that's the thought, like, hey, how do those go? What are they like? What do people, how do they react to them? But yeah, I think in that case, fine. It's like, it's not like the water temple in Ocarina of Time where people kind of semi-shudder at that, although in all honesty, then when we did it, I was like, okay, fine, which when you get it, that's better. It's just that, fine, that was my case with that as well. Which is that, fine, when I first played it, at first, wait, I missed something in order to kind of not go in the right direction. But in this game, it's not quite the same. Yeah, the other one's shield is blocking you from hitting that one. Meh. Either way, we got that element, so yeah, fine, we'll just jump out of the way. I mean, it did explode in your face, so I get it, but still. I'm like, whoa. Yeah, she'll be fine. Clearly.
I'll need to come back here later to get a few things that I missed in this room.
Okay.
Okay, it's more like a chest that I missed in this room. At least I think there's a chest in here, and some stuff behind a door.
I chose on the map where the chest is, yes, since you got that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
well,
maybe it's
no,
not
I don't
mapped out.
have the items. I don't have the items mapped.
Okay.
But there's stuff in this tunnel area.
Okay, gotcha.
That I did not get because I did not come back here when it was full of water.
Okay.
So I'm just skipping that for now.
Okay. Yeah, so they're free to be taken down.
Yeah, like once they're on their back, they're basically completely neutralized.
Yeah.
Alright. Once I go up here, it's not at the top of this, it's the room after.
Okay. Alright, so we got another cutscene specific to it. Yeah, as long as you're all ready to go. Alright, we will be right back.
I thought I told you to wait. I didn't think you'd gotten this far. A little more, and I would have lost you. Okay then. Ready for another round?
Alright, so back with Claymore. Same deal? Okay, fine, he put his arm out. He learned from last time.
This one's for you. You're pretty strong, aren't you? That's a big gun you've got. But it's not enough to hurt me. You kids, do they think you're so hot? Well, there's still some fight left in this old man. My back. Ow, 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 ow. I can't move. Help me. Somebody, help me.
I thought I was supposed to be your partner, not your nursemaid. We're willing to call it a draw if you are, boy. Come on, Claymore, let's go.
Oh, if it weren't for my back, I'd have wiped up the floor with them, I tell you.
Yeah, whatever you say.
Yeah, and special guest Bola. So like, yeah, actually that was really funny. That was really cool to that. Yeah, just like, yeah, you're so young, like, yeah, his back is hurting him. And then comes Bola to take him away. But yeah, good job taking him out that way again with the drill arm. So good job.
Yeah, like drill arm. Like I said, it is actually a good weapon in that area.
Yeah, I think it's a good weapon in this game specifically compared to the last ones. Like you're using it as a tool more, which made sense. In this case, a tool and something you can attack with.
Like, I still wouldn't go around using drill arm except in like, that particular ruin.
Okay.
I think there might be one exception. I think one of the optional, ruins is also underwater.
Okay.
I'm not completely certain.
Gotcha.
But I think one of them is.
Okay, so next up, I guess we're gonna be talking to
I'm going to
Guildmaster and see what he says.
Yeah, I don't think he's required for a continuing plot, but
Okay, you start using the Buster too. Yeah, so he's Johnny's learning from us. But fine, okay, he's gonna run the fire extinguisher, I guess. Hello. Well, there was 8 time. Have fun. Yeah, we did have fun. It was very nice.
yeah, nothing required for story.
Okay, but good to see him again. It's like, yeah, to see Guildmaster Johnny. Good to see him, and thank you for all your help. Alright, so yeah, next up for you, I don't know, you're gonna go back in there and get what you missed, or what are you thinking?
Well, first off, I'm gonna save.
Okay.
This need. I'm gonna save, fill up my energy canteen, and, actually...
Do we also want to talk to Roll as far as what that is, just to get ourselves ready before we go to, that, so that you can also do the off-screen if you need to, or want to. Don't hit triangle, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Way to go, Mega Man. We're on track to get all the keys. Yeah, we did really well. So that's one key, one part, and then another this part. Let's get it to Blucher for safekeeping. Yeah, later. Yeah, this is something else you want to do first. Yeah, there's a lot of things I think you want to do first. We'll go to Dev Room and see what you can make.
At the very least, check this out.
Main attack, spread fire notes. Yeah, okay, there, with Sower, that's it. And that's how you get that weapon. But Spread Buster. Okay, awesome.
I seem to remember that being pretty bad.
Okay.
But, I mean, there will eventually be a full weapon showcase, so...
Yep. Yeah, so we'll see it specifically.
So, like, it's not like we won't be seeing it.
Okay.
But, and the showcase will include all weapons fully upgraded.
Yeah, so that's going to be your case to get everything going.
Yeah,
That's fine.
it's going to be a bit of a nightmare to grind them all up.
Did you want to save the data first?
I'm gonna replenish my supplies first.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. I was one room ahead.
Okay.
Like my mind was one room ahead of where I was.
Okay. Yeah, look at that. Look at all that money we got.
Ooh, joint plug, joint plug!
Oh, you want to run
yes,
the joint plug?
Yes.
Okay, why is the joint plug cool?
We're going back to roll now.
Okay.
If it's the thing I think it is, the impulsive get now.
Okay.
Is completely justified.
I was gonna say I'm really excited to come see what this is because you seemed really excited when you saw that. Like, yeah, I could upgrade my canteen, but it's like, wait, hold on, this is here. Let me see it. Aye. We should get there as soon as possible. Don't worry about it if there's something you want to do first.
Dev room.
All right, what do we got?
Adapter plug.
All right.
Adapter plug.
Okay, yeah, show us how good the adapter plug is, which was in the first game, I think, but I guess it's...
I have a third Buster part slot.
Right, okay, because that was in the last game too. Okay, so good, there you go. All set. Yeah, totally worth going back to that.
That's why I was like, joint plug! Joint plug!
Yeah, I forgot what that was. I forgot the adapter plug from the first game, so good thing you remembered. And yeah, because actually, it's funny, this whole night, I was thinking this way. I was saying that we're gonna get that. There's a third slot in this game too, yes?
Yes.
And then it's like, okay, fine, here it is. I didn't actually say it.
Worth blowing almost all of the money that we got down there.
Yep, absolutely.
because this is fantastic.
Okay. All right. So then, what do you want to do next?
So I do think I'm going to go back down into the ruins and finish clearing out that one area.
Alrighty, and that'll take us to the rest of the night then. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm guessing this will probably take around 20 minutes.
Okay. Actually, in that case, I don't know. Should I be doing? I've sometimes gotten this question of when should I be doing schedule. If I should be doing it at the end of something like we're all done, or when in a case like this where you're doing a tracer step. Or a step retrace, I should say.
We can talk about it while I'm doing this. This
Okay.
is not good. There's no cut scenes or anything.
Okay.
It's just I'm just going to be running back and taking care of stuff.
Gotcha. Okay, then perfect. All right. So, yeah, we're not done with the show yet. We'll be done when she's done with the cleanup of the ruins here. So yeah, let's talk next week's show, because yeah, next week's show is going to be Saturday not night. It'll be Saturday mid-afternoon, almost night. Yeah, we're schedule changing for the next couple weeks as far as the Saturday. They're going to be Saturday shows, but they're going to be not at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time like we had tonight. Next week, Chasm 22 is coming on the show. He was briefly on for one of the Parasite Eve parts, part 2, specifically that. He's coming in. We're going to be doing another Sega Saturn game, and our 7th game from developer Treasure. We're playing Guardian Heroes for the Sega Saturn. I have the Xbox 360 version. I was wrong, I think, at one point saying it was on PS3 as well. No, it's 360 only, as far as how they remade it and rebuilt it, sort of. But he has on Sega Saturn. We're going to be playing it that way. He's going to join us for the purpose of that. I think I asked you as far as that game. You said you were not familiar.
Which game?
Guardian Heroes.
No, I'm not familiar with it at all.
It is a beat 'em up. Oh, that's what we did on the test play. But I guess I could put it in still as far as the problem before.
We can still do it.
Yeah, so I'll be the surprise, like, hey, we saw it actually live too. Okay, Guardian Heroes is a beat 'em up, 2D beat 'em up, kind of in like the Golden Axe vein a little bit, but also with a little bit of a I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Kind of a lane system in the sense that you're kind of jumping between foreground and background on a couple of planes. Or it's like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie on the Super Nintendo, there's something like that. Although in that case, you're just going from foreground to background. This one, you're going from a couple levels. It is a really interesting anime-style game that does have the voice of Data from this game. Ikue Otani, who does voice of Nicole. We'll go into that next week. But yeah, he loves this game. He's a big one on Sega Saturn. He has stuff that costs a lot of money, the same way you do. And he said, hey, I want to be on for a bunch of stuff. He's also big as far as stuff with the RPGs. He's already called dibs on Xenogears when we do that. And we part of Shadow Hearts Covenant when we play that, amongst other stuff. He said, hey, to start this, let's show off this game, because he has a lot of experience with it, a lot of a fandom on it. And it's a really good game, underrated game for sure. And thanks to him, we're going to be able to show the Sega Saturn version. And yeah, it is an interesting one. And him and I are going to be going through the story mode specifically. This has branching paths to it. It's worth pointing out. So what we're going to do is we're going to be playing through it, making decisions, I guess, on which way we're going to go. And then afterwards, when we go through a full play of it, we're going to go and use the debug mode to look at the other paths and the other areas we did not touch. And also show some of the other modes. Based on what he's telling me, I think we are going to have just only one part for that. I wasn't completely sure, he wasn't completely sure, but based on the practice he was doing, that's what it seems like that's going to be looking like. That being said, I do have the slot on June 17th for him if we do need a second part, and also the other thing if we don't. We're leaning towards the we don't now, but that's going to be coming that way. But yeah, next week is Guardian Heroes. We're looking forward to showing that and having more Saturn representation, which we've been having for sure. And I thank him very much for letting us play that for sure and providing it. Week after that, yeah, we're moving back 2 hours. It's going to be Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because we're going to part 2 of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. Protorov is going to be leading us that way. For it, Nocturne, we talked about this off screen, I guess, but you're going to be available for that. Do you want to be in on part 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that could be fun.
Awesome, and I think, based on what he said last week, he believes that Blood Space Moon's going to be available for that as well. That's subject to change specifically, but that's the idea. We're going to be trying to get that going, continuing our adventures. So, yeah, what happened with Ramus, he's gone, so we are going to have to fulfill the destiny feasibly of Alex becoming Dragon Master.
Yeah, we lost our heroes.
Yeah, well, fine. We'll get another hero. It's like not all heroes wear capes. That's for sure. But also the idea that we had one hero for one part, and they'll have another one. So like, I guess there's going to be who's to say that maybe the way that game goes is that we'll have heroes each part who are not going to be Alex, and then Alex eventually might be a case of that. Assuming that's how the plot goes. I don't know, because I haven't played ahead of that, because he wants me to be in line when we get to the next part for that. And we'll see if he goes as long as he went last time, but either way, up to him. Same way with you with this game or anything else with that, and another nice jump. And so that's going to be 3 p.m. in 2 weeks. That's going to be Memorial Day weekend, so it'll be May 27th. Then we'll get to June, where the schedule is going to be set to this, and we can also talk this as far as this, and we'll talk this now. June 3rd, we're going to be playing the viewer request for June. Electrus wanted to see this, and it's also something that I said I want to do, and it's also going to fit in with last year on the first weekend of June, where we played Space Channel 5. We got another United Game Artist, Tetsuya Mizuguchi joint to play. We're going to be playing Rez. You play Rez?
No.
It came out on the Dreamcast in Japan, then it came on the PlayStation 2 in the US in 2002. We're going to be playing it, though, on the Xbox 360 with the HD version that you cannot buy anymore as far as downloadable, but there is a release called Cubed, Q-U-E-B-D, I think, or something to that degree. I'll have an element to when we play that has it included. It is this kind of on-rail shooter where you're going into a computer and there's like this techno beats going to it, to the point where on the PlayStation 2, there was an accessory that was released called the Trans Vibrator, where you put it on, it's like a USB connector you put into the console. It does rumble with the music. It also comes in a washable cover, it's worth pointing that out. But anyway, on the Xbox 360, they replicate that with controllers, so you basically have up to 4 controllers connected in the console, and the other 3 controllers will have that connected. So we're going to go through that. It's kind of a little bit of a music game, but also kind of a shooter. And parts of it actually get kind of difficult, almost like Space Harrier or Panzer Dragoon a little bit, actually, in terms of how it plays. And actually, Nocturne, you own Rez.
Yeah, I mean, I know I picked up it up, I just haven't actually gotten around to play it.
Yeah, you have Rez Infinite, which was on PS4 and PS5, as it was given to you as a freebie about 2 years ago. I remember mentioning that. In fact, Electric mentioned that we did one of the first part of Katamari Damacy. But yeah, so you have that game, and I believe it is playable fully. There's VR in that version, not on 360, but it is playable either way for that. So yeah, that is an interesting one. If you've not played Rez, it is really neat, and we're going to be showcasing that off on June 5th. That's going to be a Saturday show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then, what are you thinking as far as schedule for you, what you want to do for June?
Let's see.
Yeah, that thing will not be living to June, but either way. Hell, it's not even living to the end of... Well, fine, it's not living to the end of May, but either way.
So, for that,
Because it could be the week after
thinking,
the 10th, maybe. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking either that weekend or the weekend after that.
Okay, so, I think we should do the 10th because I did have, as far as if we need a second part of, Guardian Heroes, that's going to be Kazan 22s, and if not, we have, actually, the Crusader 64 will be back for what we got planned for that. So, if the 10th is going to work for you, if it's not going to, let me know, and then we can, manage that.
It should be fine.
Okay, alright then, so, Part 3 of Mega Man Legends 2 here is going to be June 10th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On June 17th, then, if we need the second part of Guardian Heroes, we'll have it then. I don't think we will. We're going to assume we're not going to. On that assumption, the Crusader 64 is talking to him. It's like, hey, there's stuff we're going to be starting, some longer stuff. We're going to be putting our play, or him and Surrender Antonio, and my play of Super Mario Sunshine on hold for a little bit because of the scheduling of Surrender Antonio. His scheduling is not going to work specifically to be consistent that way. And I know Brixbury wanted to see this game specifically, but I know also she knows both of them personally, and as she said, like, hey, she wants to see them both on the show, I think. and also the fact that, hey, I made the promise and they they want to be in, they want to see this. It's like, they're going to be in and they're going to see this. So we're going to put that off for a little bit, but it's still going to come. We're not going to ignore that game. We'll do it. Do not worry. And Bricks of Bree, if you're out there, feel free to let me know if there's anything else you want me to fulfill. In the meantime, as far as that, we can definitely get that going. But anyway, what we're going to do then is he'll be back in on June 17th. We're going to be starting, I think this is going to be a 1 or 2 part play. We're playing Kirby Superstar for the Super Nintendo. This might be a 1 part play, potentially, but actually, we might technically make it 2 parts a little bit, because I know you played Kirby Superstar on Super Nintendo, right? But yeah, I have too. I love it. It's our next case of Kirby. It's been a while since we went back to the franchise. It was the one I said we were going to be back to, and he called dibs on it. So what we're going to do is we're going to be playing through all the games in that. He said, I said, how do you want to handle this as far as splitting up? Because we're going to do 100% stuff. He's like, do you want to control one over another? It's kind of tentative. He also is in one of those ideas to think like, hey, you know, maybe I'll just be the helper character, potentially. But I know specifically, like, I'm going to handle the Great Cave Offensive because we're going 100% on that. As we're going 100% on the Super Nintendo version, it can be more difficult as far as some of those things. Like I said, it's up to him as far as if he wants to be leading other parts that way, as far as leading the multiple smaller games in that. To go through that, I think we can get through all of them in one night, I think. If not, we'll have another part the next month. And also, even if we don't, we're going to, I think, I talked to him about this, he's big one as far as his emulation stuff, as far as it, and he has this physically, so this is going to be a case of this where I'm like, I'm going to, repeatedly going to bend the rules in this, and also our idea of, like, showing this. Because he built his PlayStation Classic unit into, like, a retro gaming box, and so we're going to try and see if we can't show off the extra games that are in Kirby Superstar Ultra on DS. You played the DS version of Kirby Superstar?
I have not played the DS version.
Yeah, it is mostly similar, although they changed the graphics in ways I'm kind of a little iffy about, but it doesn't look bad. Just maybe stuff with the style that's a little different. But it does add extra games, some really hard games in particular, but also one that is insanely fun, which is the Meta Nightmare Ultra mode, which is almost worth buying the game for alone. It's fantastic. As an enhancement over the Meta Nightmare thing that Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland had on the Game Boy Advance. So that's the idea that we might be doing that as far as another part for July. But we're going to figure that, but we will do that for June 17th for that one at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then at the end of the month, I guess it's going to be part 3 of Lunar, I guess with Protorova, and I guess feasibly with you and Blood Space Moon we'll see, because I do know one thing I will indicate right now is that there's going to feasibly maybe perhaps be a missed month as far as this game, which is fine because there's schedule elements that Nocturne has and that is not 100% in stone yet, but we know that that's the idea, so we're going to figure that, and if we're going to have a skip month, we'll figure it, but that's fine. I mean, that's been the case with Emetics from Parasite Eve. We've got about 6 skipped months for that, so like it's either way, we'll go to that. We will not touch the game without Nocturne for that for sure if we have to have that happen, so we're flexible with our schedule. And so that's going to be the idea as far as what June's looking like, and then July, we have 5 shows open specifically. July 1st is going to be Bomberman World for the PlayStation. Maybe the second thing for Kirby Superstar with the Ultra version, if that's the case. Another part of Lunar, we'll figure that as well. And then I've been talking with the medics. We are doing the next part of the finale of Parasite Eve in July. We just got to get a sense of what a weekend is. And we have another open weekend as far as that specifically, which will either be for the next part of this, or if we're skipping, I'll pull something else out. I'll figure what I'm going to do. I might do what I was thinking for June before I was asked for Res, and that was, or fine, asked for Res quickly, and that was Pilewings for the Super Nintendo. I don't know if you played the Super Nintendo Pilewings game.
I haven't.
Okay. It's the harder one of the Nintendo 64 games specifically, but it's one we'll show off, and it's not very long, and stuff that we're going to run the Switch Online version because there's hidden missions in that I actually did not know that were there. So I'll have all the stuff laid out for save states for those. And there's a little bit extra because, yeah, it's going to be summertime. I'm going to briefly show off the Nintendo 64 version through that because of the way they emulate it, specifically, because the way they emulate that is a thing of beauty. And it is, it's what every game on the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack for Nintendo 64 should be emulated like. Yoshi's Story, We're Looking at You, which is why we're not running it that way when her and I do that, because that's hers. I know she called dibs on that. And then also, as another bonus, we'll also take another brief look at a game we showed already in another context, which is Wave Race 64. This is going to be part of that same show because I'm going to show off the Shindo Pack version that is available on the Switch Online expansion pack app for Japan, which has rumble pack support and some other changes, and it's wonderful. When you get Switch Online expansion pack, get the Japanese side of that going too, so that you can run Waver 64 that way. It's a great game as it was, but then you have another look at it. It's fascinating, and I think it's worth showing that as a little bit of independence. That's what it's really looking like as far as what it's going. And then we get later in the year, we got stuff like Contra Hardcore in September. I'll do a preview program for that for Friday. I'll figure when. I'll have to just get a sense of what that's going to be as you upgraded the Hypershell, yes, or the.
Yeah. So I can't properly show this without actually going down and fighting some stuff. But this is just a little preview because we will be seeing a lot of this.
Awesome. Okay.
We will be seeing a lot of Hypershell.
Awesome. So, alright. And as far as...
that was an accidental fire.
Yeah, thankfully you don't get hurt by your accidental fires as far as in the wall. Well, oh, Jesus Christ. Wow, okay. Yeah, there you go. That's why you're going to hold on to this for a while and run it. And yeah, you saw how it was not much when we first had it. It was nice to have, but now it's looking like, yeah, look at this thing. It's going to decimate the field.
Now, I didn't quite show it properly when I showed the initial thing, but the explosion is not very big.
Right, but at this point it's like, fine, look at that. There's multiple explosions.
Yeah. Now, it's not something... If I were actually going through the ruins, I would not have used the Hypershell just to flip these guys. I would just buster them.
Yeah, may as well. Yeah, let them sit there and think about what they did.
But like, once I'm, like, Hypershell is great for dealing with those small fish reaper bots. And a number of other enemies in the area.
Sure.
It's also great for dealing with those guys that like to shield themselves.
Yeah, I get that.
So... yeah, that's Hypershell.
Yeah, and I guess, I don't know, is there other stuff in the ruins you have? Oh, you're...
no, I'm just heading back up.
Okay, I didn't know if
I just wanted to show Hypershell.
You got everything you needed from out of here?
Oh, I've got everything I need.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to get a sense. As far as schedule's concerned for everything else, like, yeah, that's basically what we got coming soon. I guess the other stuff is that after Contra Hardcore, as I said, for September, we'll have this game and Lunar, continue until we finish them. October, Gemini 96 coming in, we're going to start Earthbound for Super Nintendo, as far as our RPG after Lunar, and then, Castlevania Rondo of Blood. I got the PSP thing figured out, so it'll be looking really, really nice, and actually I'm going to consult with Nocturne as one of those people to indicate how we should be showing that, and same also with Protorova for the appendment we're going to have for Lunar when we look at Silverstone Harmony as far as an off-screen part for the edits. And then, getting into November, I know we have the Disney game weekend before Thanksgiving. I think I'll show Mickey's Ultimate Challenge for the Sega Genesis unless you or anybody in chat has a suggestion for something else. We have our Switch Puzzle Showcase, which we're doing on Thanksgiving weekend. And then I think it's either going to be in December or November. We start Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty for the PlayStation 2. Although we're going to use the Substance version because it has extra stuff, including skateboarding. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid skateboarding, and that game is awesome, and we had a great time with Metal Gear Solid itself, so to go to the next one. And we were talking about, off-screen the fact that with the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection coming out, people are looking at that and saying that, hey, how did this game predict the future as far as technology inadvertently? Metal Gear Solid 2 does that as well, and is absolutely fascinating as Mega Man Volnut and Data are looking out into the sky, into the great blue yonder, about what our next adventure is going to be. And wonderfully set and wonderfully, laid out for, I guess, the end of our show tonight, yes? Good job, Nocturne. Thank you so much for coming in for continuing this game and showing us off and doing a terrific job.
Yeah.
So clearly you love this game you're showing us.
Yeah, and there are side quests in this game. I mean, at least a few of them. And I will be going through them later in the playthrough.
Okay.
I don't believe there's anything that's missable.
Yeah, okay. That's fine with that. And actually, also, since she is at this point now, she does have the ability to do grinding for stuff before we go back to Von Blucher and then get to the next area of where we gotta go for the next key. So yeah, in case of, grinding, yeah, your choice as far as that off-screen. Go ahead, along with your practice and all that. So yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I may be upgrading the hypershell more off, like off screen.
Okay.
But the others, I really do want to do most of the upgrades on stream.
Okay. Yeah.
So I just think it'll be more fun that way.
Yeah, well, it is, and I think it also shows the idea that you went through all this, and also, like, look at all this money I got, let's go spend it, and let's also have everything upgraded. Especially get to some of the later ones, you said there's, like, something that's, like, 9 million, Zenny
9 million Zenny, it's the final energy upgrade on a certain weapon.
Yeah.
And I believe that's after a discount.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that last time, and yeah, if you're a fan of Mega Man Legends 1, yeah, you're going to want to stay tuned, so we'll get to that and see that. It's glory. But that being said, Nocturne, thank you so much for part 2 of this game, and for playing it through to absolute plume, and yeah, looking forward to next part, June 10th, as far as how it is. Yeah, but if you got anything, unless you got anything else to yourself.
Not really.
All right, fantastic then, and done really well as far as like you're just like, hey, is this going to go over that long? Not that it matters. I said if you want to go over longer, as much as you feel comfortable with, no issue.
I'm actually getting a little bit tired.
Well, then
and,
again,
and pretty hungry.
Fair enough, I get that.
We haven't had dinner yet.
Yeah, we'll figure that. Don't worry, we have our midnight runs as far as that, so yeah, no problem for that. But good job for that. It's like it fit in well. It's like even the way of the on-screen element of that went well, and we had like a 5 or so hour show. So yeah, there you go. All right, so with that, thank you so much to everybody out there for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you again, Nocturne, for everything with this game, everything you do for the program.
Yeah, I had a great time.
Yeah, I did too. And to Dolly Finelec first, thank you so much for everything. Have a wonderful rest of your night, wonderful rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Chasm 22 for Guardian Heroes for the Sega Saturn. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.
Night all.